Well, we're already off to a great start. That's right, I made some friends this time around. I'm gonna freaking...
Revenge.
Ah, that was self-defense that time. Where the hell are we even going anyways? I made friends if want to get pwned. Uh-oh. Oh no. Want to get pwned in trouble. See, I feel like I should have killed that guy. Yeah. I knew it. I knew it. Quick. Okay, we got out of that. Where the hell are we supposed to go? I think it was supposed to be up there, actually. Going this way. We're going this way. We're going this way because we gotta go with it. Hey, we gotta go. Watch the motion sensor because this guy could be fake. Oh, come on, what did I do? Oh, I didn't even do anything that time. They just straight up killed me. Oh my lord. What do you even do? You're killing us. For no reason. No! Oh, you want to do that? You want to do that, Mr. OTST? Oh my lord. Oh my lord. My lord. I didn't even do anything this time, man.
Revenge.
Fucking shot. Power. You're power tripping grooves with this. Fucking loser. You're screwed. Damn it. Oh, that's one off the list. Fire Team Rozowski. They really enjoyed my company last time. Any familiar names here? Oh, they're all clan names. Oh, this is the place from last time. So, this time, we're not going to make the same mistake we just made. We're going to go out. We're going to go all out on this. Hello guys, don't worry, don't mind me, just passing through.
Game over.
I think they shut it down because they realized who it was. Yeah, I think they realized that I joined and knew what was about to happen. Fort Randy, perfect. Oh, next one. See what they have to offer us. Ryan 11. So, first problem seems to be traits, which will make this a lot harder. Hello. Well, I think we can do a service by blocking off spawn. Hold on. Yeah, so they don't know my intentions yet. So we're just gonna steal this. Spawn is officially closed off. Sorry, we're closed here today. We're closed. We're unfortunately closing down to spawn. Oh no. Oh no. We are unfortunately just gonna block off spawn because, see, we can't have people in spawn, you know? Just can't have that. You can't have that. Damn it. Damn it. It's not working how I intended it to. Perhaps if I, you know... Going in here. Perfect. What are you doing? Is that an assassination attempt? Oh. Oh, he already died. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Oh Lord, may heaven be praised, souls. A little camo never hurt anyone. Oh, come on. What does this do? Don't mind if I do. Should I or not? There we go. Didn't see nothing wrong with doing that. Just taking out the trash, you know? Yeah, we're just taking out the trash. There we go. See, I'm sure we can really improve the server here. Enough modifications to the kill counts. Oh, so that must be where that is. Damn it! Shit. Oh, I guess the cat's out of the bag. Hello! Okay, that's one down. Oh shit. Shit. I'm sure Mr. Robert wouldn't mind me finding him again. Damn it. Oh shit. What are you? Oh, you! See, I hope you don't mind, but... yeah, I hope you don't mind me doing that. Yeah, I hope you don't mind me doing that. Just placing it down here. Just, you know, placing it down here. He's not too happy about that, isn't he? Oh, crap. Oh, no. Oh, Lord. Nova Star. There you are. And hello, Nova Star. No, we're just doing Falcon sex. Get out of there. Going after that. Oh, there's Mr. Oh, wait, no, that's not him. Hedgehog. Oh, Sonic. Gonna have to give you an early retirement. Oh, shit. Shit. Oh, shit. Now, don't mind me. I'm just... Oh, come on. Well, the good news is that we have an easy way access to Falcons. So, I think we should give our friends here a little bit of a plasma cannoning, you know? Give them something to aspire to. Actually, can we try Bistford it? I think we can.
Suicide.
Oh, it doesn't let you. Well, ODST Whisper. Why do I recognize that name? Who the fuck are these idiots? Well, I have no idea of my malicious intent, so, you know, I'm not gonna jinx myself. You know, we just already got what we needed. Only Fort Don. Firebait. The problem with these ones is that 9 times out of 10, everyone has invincibility, so you can't kill anyone. Oh, here we are. Well, I guess it's only right we joined the gladiator ring. You know, so... Okay. Oh, you're just cheating now. What are you doing? Let's go. Oh man, that was cheap. That wasn't even fair. Give me my fucking sword. Okay, let's go, let's go. Oh, come on. What the shit? Oh. You're really gonna play dirty? You wanna play dirty, huh? You wanna play dirty? There, play fucking dirty. Give me my fucking shit. Fuck, so I'm leaving. Oh my lord. Help me! It's calling me names!
Revenge.
Thanks. Thank you. How quite what the shit? Oh my god, so it's a power trip.
Killjoy.
None of this unfair shit. Oh shit. Come on, grab your fucking thing. Oh shit, that's scared. Oh, there's the mod that power tripped. There's the mod that power tripped. Mr. Power Tripper. Throwing grenades at me for no reason. After I did nothing wrong. What are you doing, sir? Oh, thanks. Hope you don't mind me taking this. There we go. Okay, we gotta run. Run, boy, run. Like you never done before. Oh, hello. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. See, not doing anything wrong here. Seriously, that's all these people do. Look, these people are bored. Oh, well, if I can't cause chaos, I guess I gotta leave. Because I'm not getting beaten. Okay, let's look for another one. Hi, Charity. Fort Randy. What is Fort Randy? No, wait, this is the one I was in before. Right? Well, I guess before I leave. Sorry, I forgot to kill you the other time. There we go. So Fort Randy's that one. Fort Don. I'll do Spotties. Well, let's see what Spotties is all about. Oh, there's a voice chat.
Hello? Someone? Hello? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hey, my friend, stop shooting, stop shooting. Hey, calm down, calm down. Wakanda, Wakanda,
Peace.
Wakanda forever, eh? You chill, yeah, you chill. Hey, yes, skibidi toilet, yes. Hey, don't shoot me, please. Hey, stop shooting. Yes, calm down.
Roger,
Yes.
wait, please.
Yes. Stop shooting. Yes.
Oh my lord.
What happened? I don't really know. You die.
Nova Star,
Yes.
please.
Hey, what friends? Hey, no, don't run.
Miguel.
Hey, yes.
Oh no!
Hello, ahora.
Oh no!
Hello.
Troleo
No
un
dice, hey, you
Troleé.
die.
Hey. Hey, my
Hey, you,
edit,
can you
my
hear me?
edit. Yeah.
Hey, I can
Jump
hear
it.
you.
Oh my god, when is it
Bro,
base?
we're friends. Why the fuck do you stop shooting? Yes.
Stop shooting.
Hey, when is it
Hey,
base?
no.
Hey,
Rogel,
what
he's
the
from
hell?
Rogelio.
Hey, you are a... Your name real is Oscar?
Puta, boludo.
Your name real is Oscar?
Yes.
And you...
Hey, no.
Subiste a grabar.
Your apellido is Calvo?
You're fucker. Hey, why are you hiding? Oh, yes, what friends,
Hey,
we are friendly
nice
people.
Spartan, Nice Spartan.
Hey, I like your Spartan, very canon. Hey, cañón.
Yes.
Very cañón.
Very cañón. What the hell?
What in the people?
Rusia,
Hey, ven,
Rusia, Ucrania,
chill out,
Ucrania.
bro,
Hey,
they kill me.
hey, nice.
Hey,
Nice,
Where's my
man.
little
911.
you
You
pinche
fucking
paso?
anything, you fucking.
Yes, so much.
Yes, you are going to die.
Ese lead me suena, Ese lead me
A mí
suena.
también me
de
suena.
otras partidas.
Creo que sí.
Dilo
mis
en
antiguas.
inglés, dilo en inglés.
No va, es friendly. Hey, no va, stop.
Stop.
No.
Nova, please, jump if you can hear me, Nova. Please, jump if you can hear me.
Hey, what the hell?
Gracias, Oscar,
Hey, you're Spartan very canon, You Spartan very canon. I love you, Spartan. What the hell?
Ahora tengo un tarado haciendo tancan boludo en los spawn.
¿Dónde?
¿Cómo que donde uno lo ven en la pelota?
General Eddie.
Sí, ya no tiene escudos. Mátenlo.
Damn it.
Hagámosle lo mismo. Aborden el huerto.
No,
Lo mío
perdón.
será más personal.
Perdón, sorry.
Ah, ok.
No.
No va, es friendly. Plan, chill.
Me mato, cubridos.
Ahí está.
Pues
Yo iré a
sí,
cazarlo.
Vamos a por ellos, Germán. Se atoró el huerto de espera. Ahí lo
Sos
desatoró.
un estúpido, boludo.
No, pero... Listo.
Por eso tu mamá no te quiere, boludo.
Por eso eres adoptado. Hey, Elite, you fucking stupid. Oye, súbete. Germán, dispara. Oye, súbete.
¡Subiste!
No, te puso los tiros de admin. Ahora aguanta más.
Damn it.
Covenant. RC.
¡Pero síganlo!
El owner de la sesión se llama Spotify, ¿sabes?
Izquierda.
Enfrente. Eso.
Tengo que poner Soundtrack de Hero Reach, Voy a poner Soundtrack de Hero Reach a ver si me da tiempo.
Si puedes, si puedes.
Dispara, dispara, cúbreme, hermano.
Wilson. Perdón.
No, ¿quién está manejando, bro?
Mataron a Roger.
Se manejan como el culo, bro.
Roger, súbete. Detrás de ti.
Manejas como el culo, Oscar.
Maneja tú, ¿no?
Está arriba, que te voy a tanto por acá.
Eso.
Roger, bájate y busca otro cuarto.
Yes, sir.
Me voy a morir.
Ah, pero sos un idiota, bro. No se sube a mi torreta, no, es una torreta no.
¿Se escucha la música? Chicos, ¿se escucha la música? Vale, perfecto. Elite eres.
¡No, Gron! De la guerra del
¡Pobrecita! ¿Verdad?
Germán, soy yo.
¿Cómo se llama esa canción?
Halo Reach o este Winter Contingency.
Gracias.
Este de invierno.
¡Sabos!
No mames.
¿Qué cojones?
El
¡Ataque
hombre tuvo
orbital!
que venir. El hombre tuvo que venir y atacar en la nube.
¡Salvó la guerra!
Nadie llega al portal. Que nadie llega al portal. Que nadie llega al portal.
Same guy over and over.
¡Defiendan! ¡Queda otra vez con el portal!
¡Defienda!
No, qué
He
buen
muerto.
tema ese. Qué buen tema. Tan, tan. Tan, tan.
No, se encuentran. Roger.
No puedo, no puedo. Todos.
Hay que replegar.
Damn it, should've melee.
¡Agárrenle el guarda! ¡Dame la guarda!
Nice lobby, bro. ¡Me están atacando en el portal!
Los defenderé.
¡Necesito refuerzo! I need refuerzo, please.
Ah, se me sobrecalentó el arma, tanto mata.
Voy por allá, chicos.
Está cayendo, ¿qué hago? Fija.
Nick, you got no friends, no girl, what you... La guerra empezó.
Ah, perdón.
La guerra nunca cambia.
Espera, cúbrense.
Roger,
War!
le disparo, Germán. No. Tum, 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 tum.
Por Dios.
Ay,
La partida debe ser más pacífica. ¡Para! Ahí está el huerto!
No, mataron a Roger. Detente.
¡El huerto! ¡Ahí está el huerto!
Llévatelo.
Vete,
La
Germán.
lobby.
Oscar, yo te defenderé.
Soy la última línea. No. Me lleva un random. No. Se aventaron. Hay que resistir, Germán. Paso a paso. Necesitamos refuerzos, Roger.
Iré al portal.
No, él
¡Detén la
no va a
cobertura!
estar, él no va a estar explosivo. Él no va a estar, déjenlo pasar. No, maté a Roger sin querer. Te robaron un huerto. Germán, replégate. A los
Defend
huertos.
to base.
¡No!
Defend to portal.
Replégate, Germán.
¡Defenderé la última línea! ¡Ah! ¡No!
Intrusos en el portal.
Tenemos que ir al portal rápidamente. ¡Huyan! ¡No disparen! ¡No!
Vayan ustedes y corran.
¿Qué pasó? Para, a ver qué hace.
La guerra llegó hasta las puertas.
Oye, ¿qué te pasa? Oh,
Guerra.
mierda. Tomaron el portal, chicos.
I can see you, I can see you, I can see you, yes, yes, yes.
Perdón.
No va a estar específico, no va a estar bien ahí. Chicos, defender el portal por dentro. Aléjense, yo les salvaré. Déjenmelo a mí. Yo resistiré. Aguantaré. ¡Yo tengo que guardar! ¡No! Tenemos que ir por los cuartos. Vengan a los vehículos. ¡A los vehículos!
¡Cúbreme!
Defiendan. Defend portal. Defend to base.
¡No, Roger, no!
¡Apunta al frente, solo!
Guajes es bueno. Ese es Roger.
No.
Voy para allá, Roger. Germán.
No. Mierda.
No. Lo perdimos. Lo perdimos. Maten a mí. No. Roger, rápido, te cubro la retaguardia.
¡Dispara! ¡No dejes de disparar!
They are right. No.
¡Mierda!
¡Les venimos el solo! ¡Te quiero bajando! ¡No! Se me calentó esta mierda. No.
Me sorprende que no nos hayan picado, bro.
La neta.
¡Dispárale! Ah, ¿quién es ese? ¿Es Roger?
Sí.
¡Dispara! ¡La línea fuera!
No pasarán. Están a pegar. Nadie se filtrará. Nadie. Oye, estamos. ¡Roger! ¡Quédate, güey!
No. Ya, Germán.
Ok.
¡Qué tarado! ¿Lo asesina?
A la izquierda se filtra el Roger.
No por mucho tiempo.
¡Apagó! Okay, let's attack. Don't give up, Studios. No, no.
Tenemos una guía de mierda, me robaron.
Station los pass. Ah.
De nuevo, Roger.
You shall not pass, motherfucker.
No, no.
No.
Me persiguen todos.
Voy a buscar alguien más ultras, espera.
Solo quedo yo.
No quiero pasar.
Chicos, decid en inglés que hagan que no nos echen.
Recalentó.
Que esto es para... Chicos, decid hagan en inglés que no se eche, esto es para divertir.
Pará, pero.
Es posible. Porque la lobby está llena, chicos, la lobby está llena. Se están peleando.
Amen, please, don't kick us. We're having fun. Please, don't kick us.
Don't kick us.
Dile por una vez que no nos eche. No nos eche a nosotros.
Ya lo dije, ya lo dije.
Perfecto.
Sí.
Sí, parado.
Roy. Se sobrecalentó. Déjanos irnos de... ¡No!
Okay, everyone, please, hear me out. Stop shooting. We can make peace.
Stop shooting.
Stop
We
shooting,
can make
brothers.
peace. Stop shooting. Brothers and
Stop
sisters,
shooting.
don't kill. Don't kill us. Don't kill. We can make this work. We are at peace.
Okay. Stop shooting.
We are
Stop
at peace.
shooting, please.
Stop
We are
shooting.
peace.
This-
Stop shooting.
This is
please.
the way. Stop
Okay.
shooting.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Stop.
This
Stop.
is the correct way. Ah!
We can make this right, okay?
We
Stop
can make
shooting,
this work.
motherfucker!
Stop. Stop shooting! Ah! Stop shooting! We can make this work.
Stop shooting, please. Please, 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 please.
Peace, peace, peace.
Everyone,
We can-
please.
No, mataron a Fernando. La paz nunca fue una opción.
Hey, please. Empty check. MC check, the elite. Please, come with me.
Vamos al portal, chicos. Operación portal.
Please, go to the portal if you want to survive. Please, come with us. Let's talk, okay? Relax.
Go to the
Relax.
portal.
Yes.
Corran que hay tienen muerto, chicos, tienen muerto, corran. Váyanse, tienen portal.
Okay.
We made
Mierda,
peace.
explotó todo.
We made peace. Pará. We made peace. No, it was a mistake. At least
Yes,
it was a
peace,
mistake.
yes.
Peace. Okay, please. Hey, Elite, please. Okay, pará un segundo. Elite, please, come with me. Elite, please.
Oh, yes.
I promise you.
Chicos,
I
me has
promise
matado.
you,
Me han
please.
matado 4 Spartans.
I
Entre
promise
4
you.
personas.
Please, okay. Please.
¿Dónde está Roger?
En el portal. Me han matado 4
No more
personas. No me
Roger,
toques.
tienes que regresar a casa.
No!
Peace.
Regret to base.
Peace. No basta, peace. Yes, peace. Pero I'm saying
Hey,
peace,
hey,
you
hey.
fucker, stupid.
You fucking.
Kill him.
You are a racist.
You're racist. You're racist and a rapist.
Hello.
Headshot, please. We made peace with our brothers. Stop!
We made peace. Stop. Who killed you?
Los heretics. Heretics.
No va a estar ese.
Headshot!
Guys,
Everyone,
Nova Star
please.
is the enemy in common.
No,
Nova
no,
Star
Nova Star.
needs to be
No,
killed.
Nova Star.
Oh my god.
Everyone, please
No.
hear me out.
Nova
There's
Star
someone
kill me.
with the,
No,
with the
shoot!
energy
No.
sword
Que mató
that
las
must be
niñas.
eliminated.
Mató
Okay.
el boss.
There's someone that has
What
Nova
the
Star,
kill
Nova
me.
Star, please.
Bro.
Nova Star, boludo.
Nova Star tiene autismo.
Hey, please, Elite, come with me.
Thank you
please.
so much.
I have
Yes,
to
yes,
talk
yes.
with you. There is
Yes.
a person that has the energy sword, and he's killing us all the time.
Yes.
you know?
Yes.
That's a problem, and we have to eliminate him. Okay,
Yes. We need to
escort
kill
us
him.
to kill him. Okay, come with us. We must do
Yes.
our shop.
We need to do an operation called Rock Sword. So.
There it is! Kill him!
Operation successful. We must
Okay.
return to base.
Now, apaga Roger. Now, we have to defend this place. This is
Yes.
our palace.
Yes,
If we
yes,
lose
yes.
this palace,
Gamer
we are
man.
doomed.
Hello.
Okay, you understand?
Yes,
To the
yes, I
base.
understand.
Okay.
Yes.
Defend this place with your life. Rock and stone. Okay, no.
Bruh.
Rock and stone.
This is a Pacific place.
This is a Pacific place. No, shoot! No, wait.
Okay, bro. Peace, Pacific, no?
This
Hey.
is a temple.
Okay, this is a temple of the peace. A temple
No
of
more
peace.
brother wars.
No
No more,
Yeah.
no more war. No more war. This is a good place.
Kill him! Ah!
You
He
know?
was a traitor of the peace. This
Oh
is
no.
peace.
Hey,
We need to protect the palace.
the palace. Yeah.
Yes. Hey,
Okay.
hey, I'm not going to kill you.
Hey, Grant,
I'm not going
Grant,
to kill
Grant.
you. Peace.
Please
Yes,
respect
yes.
the others, and we will respect you.
Exactly.
No.
He hit me
fucking-
first.
Don't
Don't worry.
Don't shoot. Don't shoot.
Hey,
Don't shoot.
y'all, stay still. We don't need to kill each other.
Guarda el
okay?
arma, boludo. Guarda el arma.
It's time
por favor.
to make
Guarda el arma.
We are
peace.
peaceful. It's time to make sure that we are allies in this
Everyone,
war.
please follow me. Please follow me. Let's do a meeting here, okay?
Nice.
Yes.
Okay. Everyone has to.
Sniper, Sparta. Yeah.
Everyone needs a sword, okay? needs the energy sword. That will be our
Yes.
principal weapon, okay?
Yes. Roger, ¿dónde
defend
carajos
this
estás?
place.
¡No!
Whoa!
¡No! Hey, stop, Roger!
¿Quién lo
Roger,
mató? No, kill him!
No,
Okay, defend the place. He will come. Come here, come with us.
Don't kill Roger! Don't kill Roger!
Roger is our friend. No.
No!
Roger! Don't kill
No,
Roger!
no.
Don't
My
kill
dear.
Roger!
He's coming.
Hey, you.
Don't
Check,
kill
come
him!
with the...
Oh, I didn't kill him, don't
Mine.
worry. I shot Nova Star with the Halo
okay,
CE
okay.
weapon.
Yes.
It's actually
Hey,
pretty good
no,
at breaking
no.
shields.
No, Roger
Hey,
is alive!
please,
Don't kill
check.
Roger!
Grab this human weapon. Grab
Herman,
this.
tienes
My
que matar
plasma
al
breaks
Roger.
shields better though.
Yeah, but
Nice
it's
weapon.
better
Herman,
to...
tienes que
Well, I
matar
guess
al
it's
Spartan
hit scan, so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's hit scan.
¿Quién te está matando, Roger?
Gods. Los dioses oscuros. Me odio.
Stop.
Gamer man, don't shoot him!
please.
Gamer man, don't shoot him.
Gamer, stop
you
shooting.
film
Stop
your
shooting.
death sentence.
We only kill
No,
for...
gamer. No, gamer, no.
We only kill for...
Germán
defense.
Gamer va a morir. Germán Gamer va a morir.
No!
No! No!
Why
You can't.
the fuck?
Okay, no vais
Los,
to...
Shadow
los
ban.
admins me tienen fichado a mí y a
A mí
Roger.
también.
Hey,
Nomás salgo y me
D,
disparan si te das
okay,
cuenta.
D.
Hey, why do you shoot me?
You can be one of
Hey,
us, okay?
hey.
You can be one of us, okay?
Gods. Hey, admin. Hey. Yeah.
Okay,
Admins, why?
okay.
Admins,
Respect.
hey,
Let's
I'm
play
at peace.
soccer!
I'm at peace.
You gotta
We have to
play.
defend this place
Sorry, I'm sorry.
because this is a place of peace.
Stop.
Stop war. Stop Rusia, Ucrania. Stop.
Germán,
¿Qué
mata
tenía
a
que ver?
Gamerman. Germán,
Stop
mata a
war.
Gamerman, no me deja
Hey,
pasar.
no. Hey, no. Yeah.
Hey, gamer, stop shooting, gamer. No, don't shoot.
Nova Star first. So
Run,
I need to
run.
defend myself.
Come
you
with
know?
me, I need your help to defend
These
this
admins
place.
are like
Chicos, que
the
los admins están
the
disparando desde el
Nazis.
fondo del mapa,
These
Están
admins are
disparando a
like
la
the
isla.
Nazis. They
Los
kill,
admins están
they
disparando a la
kill.
isla. Chicos, los admins están disparando a la isla.
Do you guys
no,
play
no,
Halo
beware,
mods?
Beware.
Admins, please. Admins, stop.
Snipers,
Gamerman, stop shooting at each other.
There are snipers out, okay? Don't
We need
stay
to
out
make peace.
for too long, because there are snipers.
Run,
Hey,
Master,
look,
run.
check, come here. There are snipers out there.
Well, they haven't shot me.
Yeah.
No.
Nick
Why?
has
There's
been
no-
very
Kill
nice to
him.
me.
Why? He wasn't there. You tried to kill me? You tried to kill me? You really tried to kill me? You really tried to kill me?
Hey,
You
para,
really
Run,
tried to
This
kill me?
Samuel
Stop.
person was mean to me in another game.
Sniper.
Disparen.
Roger, asegúrate. We need to defend this.
Tipo
Sí.
We need to be safe.
Él
Nobody needs
es
to be
aliado,
killed.
es aliado.
Ah, sí. Ey. Este se
Nice
redimió.
armor.
Este se redimió. Ey. Very canon armor. Ey.
Passing some gas
Yes,
fell.
vale.
Oh my god.
Realmente las armaduras son así, Oscuras, simples.
Hey.
Samuel.
Check.
Samuel. Stop the
Check.
Hey,
Samuel.
Mark 5.
Go here.
Samuel.
Check. Hey. Go here.
Come right here. Samuel.
General,
Thank you.
Eli. Inquisitor.
Maten a Samuel.
use
Germán
the
mata a
controller.
Samuel. Germán mata a Samuel. Germán mata a Samuel.
Okay.
We will need that turret.
Germán mata a Samuel.
Samuel, best friend.
Me mató, te
John
estoy
Wayne.
Samuel.
Hey,
Samuel.
Hey.
Your sacrifice
Samuel
will
me
be
mató.
remembered.
Samuel me mató.
Samuel
Te la
no es el
daba.
original Samuel. No es el mismo amigo
Aparte.
que tuvo John.
No,
en
I'm not going to
1.7.
kill you, Gamerman. Stop.
Hello,
Mata a
gamer
Gamerman y a
man.
Samuel. Maten a Gamerman y a Samuel. Me están matando a mí.
Está
Roger,
aquí,
te necesito en esta misión.
Maybe
Gamerman,
if we're
Samuel,
good
necesitas
boys,
una
the
misión.
Jannies will let us in the special room.
The Great Journey.
¿Qué dice? Hello, Dick.
Era un mal necesario. Samuel, ¿dónde
Me
está?
mata, Ross.
Oh no!
No va a estar. Ground.
No
Okay,
va a
passing
estar,
zone.
no va a estar. Mira, no va a estar.
Everyone in the palace, please. Come here. Let me
Mira,
talk.
los dioses nos están mirando, por ahora no.
Hey, admins, stop. Admins, stop it.
Forerunner gods.
Yes.
Vengan acá, come here. Out is
We need-
dangerous. Out is dangerous.
Yes.
We have to be here to defend the entrance.
If we're good
Yes.
boys, they'll let us in the sniper room.
Yeah.
Whoa. No, Eggplant. Nick, it's like a Nazi. He is going to kill you like 1,000 times, so you need to prepare yourself.
Run, come here.
Samuel! We need to kill him.
Okay.
They had roller coasters.
Okay.
Samuel is
We are doing
exiled
a great
from
job
this
defending this
palace.
place.
Yes.
Skibidi top. Okay, no. Okay, no, ya está jodiendo. Samuel, if you have a good behavior, we will let you live. Just try to not kill anyone, okay?
No va a estar, está fuera.
The
Quiere ganar una espada,
brutes.
no va a estar. No va a estar, he's trying to kill us all.
Snipers.
Nova is out.
Admins.
Nova is going
Nick.
to kill me.
Nova, no!
No.
Nova is going to kill me. Nova, there's time. You can redeem yourself. Okay, we're going to kill that motherfucker.
Nick nos está mirando, desde las sombras.
Nick.
Hi, Terrence Crowell.
Like house.
Where's him?
No.
Hostia.
I'm sorry.
Samuel
No.
nos está mirando.
Nick! Don't shoot me!
Nick.
We have to make
Nick.
peace.
Nick.
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 Forerunner.
We don't
Can
kill
you
others.
Forerunner.
We
Sniper
don't kill
Forerunner.
others because we are assassins.
Nick.
We kill them because we have to defend ourselves.
Exactly. We are at peace, finally.
Qué negro de mierda,
I can stop.
Okay.
Thank you, Nick.
Okay. If we see you...
This is Halo Reach, Terrence Crowell. No!
This one.
Grunt, it's just you and me.
Defend the place!
We are going to kill Nova.
Oh, it's Nova.
Ranger.
Samuel is going to kill
Vení.
What? What is happening? Samuel.
Nick,
It was an
He's
accident.
gone. No.
He will respawn. Stop crying.
Nice try, Samuel.
No.
No, German.
El Samuel va para allá.
Nick está aquí.
Pará,
alerta.
déjame a Samuel vivir.
Vamos para allá.
No.
Roger, apaga la música, por favor.
Ey, Mr. Waffle.
Roger, bajar un poco. Roger, baja un poquito.
Ya está.
Roger, baja un poquito.
And we're here.
Hey.
Oh, hi, Rev.
Hello.
Nick.
What's
Place
up?
has been
Oh,
invaded.
nothing
The
much.
place
We
has
are
been
safe.
invaded. We need
Nick is
new
Solo
allies.
quedamos Roger,
Someone.
Grant y
That's
yo.
good to hear. Yeah.
Yes.
Passing.
We're still taking it easy.
Sorry, I just had to leave because there's so many people in voice chat.
I didn't even know that was happening.
No, I was in Halo Reach. Anyways,
Oh.
yeah, I guess I've been
Mhm.
taking it easy. I guess I'll play Sand
Okay.
Trap Firefight now that you're here, because then I don't gotta worry about people
Alright.
talking. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, so I guess today is Thanksgiving, and I thought, instead of working on Armageddon and doing the Ken Pender scene, which I'm gonna clone his voice, because there's a whole freaking interview he did, so I have his voice, so
Oh, good.
I'm gonna do that, but when my voice actor actually gives me the lines, I'll put them in, but he's not gonna get them until like 2 weeks, so I guess, I don't know, I might release it without his voice lines, because I just want to get the movie out, but
Alright.
maybe fix it later. I don't know, I just been taking it easy, I guess, because of, it being Thanksgiving. In Canada, that is.
Alright. Yeah, you guys have different Thanksgiving up north. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Ultimate Sand Trap Firefight, okay.
What the fuck? Sorry, I just saw something weird.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know, because I don't know how to feel, because, like, I'm so close to finishing this now. I'm so close, Like...
Don't try to sprint to the end, Like, be careful, take it easy, let it be,
Yeah, I'm not trying to... I don't want to rush it, but I'm just, like...
Mm-hmm.
This happened when I released Five Nights at Chica's. I'm gonna feel emptiness when I release it, because I'll be like, what do I do next?
Yeah, that's natural. It's like once a project's finished, you just gotta sit there and go like, okay, now what? Like it's completely normal, especially if it's like something you've been working on for like years on end. You're so used to it, like, being there that you're like, oh right, I don't need to work on this anymore. But I get that. It's one of those kind of like, you just gotta take the good for what it is, essentially. Let me see here. So yeah, that's ongoing. That's some projects, well, not even projects. Some things I'm just gonna try and do. Still try to do that whole EXE thing. I'm thinking about scrapping the project, to be completely honest.
Really? Why is that?
Well, mostly because it's like the original intent is to focus on, like I said, the concept of a fear slash, like fear spirit or something like that basically takes on Sonic's appearance and so on and so forth. But the more I've been trying to work with the models, because I do have a large pack of them, the more it's been difficult to actually get it like off the ground. Because it's like, okay, how do I explain this creature? How do I get these characters involved? It's kind of like, how do I put it? I don't want to say it's more. It's somewhat of a hassle to get everything in order, because everything's kind of like in the air, so to speak,
Yeah.
And so the original plan is kind of getting like overshadowed, and there's something I've been kind of contemplating on, which is the concept of what's it called? Which is the concept of what's it called? It was part of an older idea I had in mind back with the Mobian Adventure Team, basically. It's just a bunch of OC Moby and so on and so forth, based on the comics and everything. Basically, with that, it was the comics concept or the premise of that story was the adventure team goes into an old Eggman facility. Like, we're talking really fucking old, like back in, the Christmas Islands and everything like that, right? And so naturally, they're trying to investigate it because they're picking up some weird, what's it called? Some weird signals coming out from the base itself, and they're noticing that it's not accurate. That something about it's like, it's a signal, it's coming through, but it's distorted in a weird way. And so, they go to the base, and what did they find? But the fucking Tails doll. And for whatever reason, it's sending off a weird signal. So they're thinking, okay, we'll gather it, we'll take it back to base and kind of analyze this old Eggman tech, see what we can, work with it. and this leads into like one of the characters admits that they're freaked out by it, and they start talking about like the legends and the rumors about this fucking thing, and most of them don't believe it because it's like in universe, quote unquote, it's not really a monster per se. It's just a scout bot. Like it's purposely designed to look cutesy because Eggman intended it to be non-threatening, so anyone who sees it doesn't really like attack it. It's like just a signal drone. But this then leads into the robot actually like reactivating, noticing, we're inside a facility now, and trying to like use, it opens itself up and starts like sending out little mechanical tendrils to start controlling the computers and everything and trying to do something. It's later revealed that it starts projecting like these monsters and these weird things, like really scaring the crud out of everyone. But eventually they get back to the location, they see the doll, they unplug it, and actually flat out like fry the little things like internal circuitry. It's later revealed that what it was doing was creating holographic illusions, kind of like Infinite, but like actually using their facilities like input data to purposely create this, so that way they would be so scared they wouldn't try to get close to where what it's up to. And when they look into the computer, they notice that it was trying to send out a signal to something in space, and they're starting to wonder like what could be out there.
Yeah.
This was supposed to lead into Mechasonic being out in space for some reason. Trust me, I was going to get to that at some point, explaining as to why he's in space. And that was the basic concept for this entire kind of story. I didn't go through with it because the plot kind of got a little more convoluted than it had to. And like, it was going to be simple, but I also thought, I was like, okay, so how would this feed into like some of the other projects and things I got planned, basically?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just agreeing with you. Also, I get to fight a vulture from Halo Wars.
Oh, nice. I like that. And by the way, I wanted to mention, like, this looks fucking cool.
Yeah.
Like, don't play as Spartan, play as anybody else in the UNSC and actually do shit. I like it. I agree. Anyhow, but that was kind of the plot point around that. So, my idea for the EXE thing is kind of, like, I'm thinking about abandoning the original concept and just focusing it on a quote-unquote wholly new original idea, focusing on the following, where I want to say that Tails is kind of working on like his own, let's call it, I'm trying to think of the right word here. Working on a like holographic training deck, basically, right?
Yeah.
And he's using data from like all sorts of individuals, and admits that he's based some of the information on Eggman's code and things like that, and this is kind of supposed to tie into the IDW comics with that whole Eggman Tower they go to at one point. And what specifically happens is that Tails mentions that he can upload personality data of individuals they've met or entities they've fought, and the goal is to kind of like help Sonic or anybody who gets into the deck to get stronger and stronger and stronger, right? But there's a problem. In order for the deck to work and everything, Tails admits that he's running it on some pretty experimental tech, and they're not going to push the limit too hard. They're just going to load up a basic area, basic enemies, and get Sonic acclimatized so that way he can like calibrate everything. Naturally, it works. It's of course a Green Hill Zone again. Even I'm doing it. Oh no.
Well, it's okay when you do it.
It's a point. Yeah, because I'm not trying to do this over and over again. But there's a point to it. Like when it loads up, I do intend to have Sonic say, like, really, Green Hill again? You got the power of the world at your fingertips. You couldn't load something else. And of course, Tails' only response is, well, we're just running a small test. If next time we'll put in City Escape or something like, or like we'll put in like Empire City or like Shamar or some place you've gone to before. But for now, we don't want to quit the system.
So they actually call that city City Escape?
No, Empire City. City Escape is like the name of the stage. It's not the actual name of the name. I don't know what they call it. I just assume it's part of Empire City.
Oh, that'd be cool continuity.
Yeah, and that's kind of the idea I want to do. Like maybe mention the whole like, yeah, we're just running. We'll run Empire City later, and then Sonic just could mention it's like, yeah, so long as you don't have me running from any demented gun trucks, I think we're fine. Yeah, obvious references are obvious.
Yeah.
So naturally, what winds up happening is that they're just kind of running with it. They're running with the tech, and Tails is just loading up. What are they called? Basic badness. So things like what's it called? Things like motor bugs, and nothing too taxing. Again, like I said. So what winds up happening is that during this whole experiment, Sonic wants to push the system. Says, "Oh, come on, Tails! I know we're a little bit better than this. We can go a little harder, I think." And after some peer pressure and so on and so forth, it works. And what's it called? Tails gives in and says, "All right, I'm loading up some other things. Get ready." And this results in like moving to another location, yada yada yada. And as expected, the system can handle it. The pushing of the system has reached its limit, and Tails wants to stop it, but Sonic doesn't catch that he wants to stop it, and instead runs in, leaps into like another object, and this causes the entire thing to get corroded and like corrupted in a very bad way. And so this results in the code being corrupted, and that's what creates EXE and the others, basically.
Oh. So, that's a nice way. It's a corruption creates something terrible. I mean, I don't mean terrible like
Exactly.
Insulting or anything. I just mean.
I get like terrible in like the coding itself created a monster.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the idea. So basically, so EXE is what's the word? Is a corrupted version of Sonic, and Tails even mentions that it's a corrupted, program file. And when Sonic asks, "Why am I in it?" Tails mentions that Knuckles and a few others might want to like go a few rounds to kind of like get used to the idea of like fighting someone with your skill setting, like justifying why he has Sonic's data in the system. And as expected, things are only getting much, much worse, where the thing is just, the corrupted code is spreading, and Tails says, "No, go get it, go capture it," like actively telling him to chase down the corrupted, what's the word? Chase down the corrupted, like, EXE code and try to stop it. And naturally, this is starting to corrupt the other frequencies, the other things, and so that's where we get like the corrupted Eggman, corrupted Amy, so on and so forth. Now, of course, I'm not going to have everyone there, especially like the more gory / like fucked up versions. So I'm going to try to do this as PG as I possibly can. Maybe even ask or have Sonic ask like, "Why are their eyes bleeding?" and things like that. And Tails will probably mention it's like, it's not. It's some sort of palette error. It's causing, those are the lines of corruption. It's like spreading over everything, basically.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good way to make it more family friendly.
Yeah, that's kind of the intent. Like, I'm so tired of EXE and the whole like, ooh, evil. It's like, nah, let's do something a bit more, for lack of a better term, creative and interesting and slightly more innovative. And I think this like corrupted code concept would work. I'm also thinking that the idea could be that Sonic can't handle the corruption on its own. It's because every time he like will get close to EXE or whatever, it'll split off and start like deviating in code and corrupting and like splitting off into other forms and variants and infecting the other systems. I could imagine that at this point I would probably have Tails trying to, or has reached out to a few others like Amy, Knuckles, and maybe a few other individuals asking, it's like, okay, why can't we just pull the plug on the system? And basically, Tails explains that if they try to pull the plug on the code, it might cause something terrible to happen. It might actually corrupt. He has no idea if like pulling the plug at this point could actually hurt Sonic, or if it'll just, bounce off without any problems or harm, basically.
Yeah, that's understandable.
So that's a way to kind of like get around the whole, oh, why don't you guys just like pull the plug? It's like, nah, they can't, because trying to do that might cause problems and software and everything. Yeah. So the idea now is just going in. So basically, it's going to be Knuckles, Amy's, Knuckles, Amy, and Tails himself jumping in, armed with like the new information, and trying to disable the corruption, and then trying to like get out of there with like minimal issue and minimal damage, basically.
Well, that's a nice way to do that.
Yeah. And that's basically what I'm going to leave it. I'm not going to bring back EXE or anything like that. I'm just going to leave it as this is the problem, or like, you know, a one-off code issue, basically. And just leave it at that.
I mean, yeah, it's better not to let it stay forever. I mean, it's kind of... EXE is kind of overrated, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I want to do this and kind of be like, okay, this is the only time I'm ever going to work with anything EXE related, and I'm going to walk away after this.
Yeah.
I'm glad we finally figured out how to make
I'm not even going to call it EXE, I'm just going to refer to, like when they talk about EXE, I'm just going to refer to as the glitch.
I mean, yeah, it's called .exe for a reason.
Yeah, so instead of it being like, of like some evil, malicious, like god entity, instead it's just going to be like I said, code, corrupted data, something that basically could be like, what's the word? Something that could be like dealt with and then easily like removed, you know, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Again, still trying to focus on the PG side of things, so it's going to be a bit of a challenge to try and like get as many of these assets in. Mostly because, like I said, the EXE stuff is like overly gory and like bloody. It's like, oh, for fuck's sakes! I just wish I could get something that's not so irritating. And of course, to make matters worse, there's also like someone has ported over, or I think. Hold on, let me check. I'm just double checking something. Hold on. Hold on. What's this? Okay. Someone has ported over like EXE versions from the source filmmaker, so these are the more bloody and like messed up versions. So there's that, and that includes a EXE version of Shadow, Silver, Knuckles, Tails, and the Werehog for some fucking reason.
There's
And all I can think is like,
version
oh,
of
sakes,
the
this is
Werehog like that?
This is. Yeah, but it's more like bloodied and everything, like splattered in blood and everything, and like, you know, these could be cool skins, kind of like evil, corrupted counterparts, if it wasn't for like being drenched in fucking blood and gore. So, my thought is I probably am gonna just like steal the eyes from these models and just play it off as like that. I do know that if I'm gonna be using the generation model, because it's really the only ones accessible to me per se. I know that some of them are colorable, like you can change the color and everything like that, so maybe I can get around and do that for at least them. But the other characters, like Eggman and so on, not so much. But the good thing about that is that with Eggman and MetalSonic.exe, their coloration is mostly just what is it? Red and black. I know that Eggman's got the whole bleeding eye thing going on, so I might need to edit, or not even edit, but I might not even be able to utilize him as intended. Metal Sonic isn't gory or anything like that. He's just like a red and black version with like weird patterns. So I could probably go ahead and run with that and, you know, use him in that. I know that this pack also contains Rouge and Shadow, which also tried to do the whole bleeding eye thing. It also has Mighty and Ray, which basically about the same really. So it's just kind of down to how. What's the word? It really just boils down to how I can like work with all these models basically, and make it look right. It's gonna be a challenge, but I don't think it'll be too difficult to run with the full like corruption EXE content, at least on paper.
Yeah.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me think. So that's kind of one of the ideas I got going on here. The other concepts I'm trying to kind of play with, again, like I said, there's a few other ideas I want to run with, a few other kind of like minor concepts I want to play around and really explore, and at least with this. I do know that someone brought another model into the Gary's model, which was like ported over from Left 4 Dead, so I'm gonna mess with that for a little bit. The rising degeneracy, I swear to God.
Yeah.
Ow. Let me see. So, excuse me. That's kind of like the major, or like the general kind of like updates, at least with that kind of concept. I have no real intent of like, I guess really expanding on the EXE aspects beyond that, because it's mostly just, like I said, it's done to death, it's old hat, and again, Sonic Horror doesn't really work. Like I said, I could probably work with something with the Tails doll, because let's face it, the Tails doll isn't like too crazy / out there when you really consider it. It's creepy, but it's not like some possessed demon doll, you know?
Yeah, it's probably unintentionally creepy, you know?
Well, it is. That's kind of the point, because the little thing is like, how do I put it? The little doll is basically just how do I explain it? The doll is basically just kind of like disturbing because it's got vacant eyes and just kind of stares around and just kind of hovers, and that's where the fear of the whole thing comes from. It's because it's unnatural, for lack of a better term. You know, it's disturbing, it's weird, it's like you notice it and you're like, okay, this is something to watch out for, you know?
Yeah.
But beyond that, it's not really too disturbing. Really can't do much as well with what's it called? With oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here. Can't really work much with like my original idea for what's the word? My original idea for Mechasonic and everything like that, because technically speaking, he's already like things have already been done with him, so I don't think it could really work with it. Same with Mecha Knuckles and so on and so forth. So it's just been kind of like how to make the most out of like I'm trying to think of the right word here. Out of certain aspects, certain concepts, so on and so forth. Let me see.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same. Mechasonic was, I don't know, he was, I remember I was going to turn him into Mecha Shadow, but, you know, kind of got, you know, erased.
Right. I think the main thing about it is that when it comes to like well, the thing with Mechasonic is that he's already got like his story. Like the story's already done with him. We know where he is. We know that he's basically going to try and put his best life forward, and that's about it. Like there's not much you can like explore with it. There's not much you can really do with it. Like if you wanted to, you could probably do a story about like another Mechasonic. Like claim that Eggman's trying to revisit the old concept and really trying to improve on it. But it wouldn't be, or sorry, it'll just be like, what's the word? It'll just be, oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here. It would just be, retreading, like, old territory, you know, and like, a lot of the Archie problems where it's like, they would introduce, a new Metal Sonic every other week, you know?
Yeah.
You know, like I think there was Shard, and then technically speaking, there's Shard. There's what's his name? Oh God, hold on, bear with me. There's Shard, and there's Jules the Hedgehog, which technically, like a lot of people consider a Metal Sonic in and of himself, and so on and so forth. I guess. Well, here's an idea I want to run by. Like a concept. What if Eggman created a copy bot?
What do you mean? Like a roboticizer,
So,
but not
this is
in
a-
the sense of one?
No. A copybot is it's an old sci-fi concept. Basically, it's a machine that sees something and copies the data and then replicates it. So it's like a miniaturized replicator slash like hostile little drone slash whatever you want to call it, basically. And what it is that this is a concept that was mostly like present in things like say. Like old school sci-fi shows or like old school cartoons and things like that. When the concept of the metallic doppelganger was like more popular back in the day than it was like nowadays, right? Anyways, so what winds up happening, or the basic concept around it, is that the copybot is basically, or sorry, what I'm thinking about in terms of this concept is how the copybot would work, how it would be presented. I'm trying to think of the right word here. How the copybot would be presented in terms of what Eggman would create and how it would work, basically. So my concept for this is the copybot is something that is, let's go with simplistic, right? It's not a very like over-the-top bot or anything like that. And basically, the basic concept I'm thinking about is this: Eggman creates this like machine that is plain-looking. Like we're talking about, it's a simple design, it's a simple premise, it's like all these sorts of things, right? There's nothing about it that's particularly special. There's nothing about it that like, stands out or would like scream to you, "This is dangerous, keep away," right? And so naturally your thought is, okay, it's nothing, we'll kind of beat it. What I'm thinking about is that when Sonic or like one, well, let's just say Sonic, because it'll more than likely be Sonic who will fight him. When he attacks the copybot specifically, he'll like thrash it, like maybe he'll spin dash into it, and the poor thing gets like launched across the area, right? And launched across the area. And what's the word? Shortly after that, the bot suddenly starts to do like these weird noises. Maybe its eyes start lighting up in weird ways, kind of going like beady 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 kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And the next thing Sonic knows, it starts developing like this smooth shell around its body. It suddenly becomes more capable out of fucking nowhere. And the next thing he knows, it spin dashes into him and causes him to like lose his footing. And the more attacks and the more moves he does, the more it's able to copy, replicate, then attack, and so on and so forth. And it only gets worse from there, because now the thing becomes much more much more adaptive. It's suddenly able, like for example, if it fights with like Knuckles, Amy, anything like that, it'll adapt their attacks into its own body, maybe even morphing its body to match those weapons or those attack styles. So kind of like the copybot from the Sonic X comic, only I'm thinking a bit more in line with the games.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes any sense. So that's the kind of like. Go ahead.
Oh, I said I was agreeing with you. Sorry.
No, it's fine. But that's the basic kind of like premise and idea I'm kind of thinking about when it comes to the machines, the copybots, and everything like that. And what's the word? Especially when it comes down to how Sonic, how the copybot works, how it fights. I think overall general design, like I said, would be just simplistic, and maybe have the machine becoming more sophisticated over time. So in a lot of ways, it would be kind of like Neo Metal Sonic, but not exactly the same. Like I don't want it to be just another fucking Metal Sonic, you know?
Yeah. I like this.
So that's the.
It just kind of reminds me of the, what is it called? The one Metal Sonic you told me about from Sonic X comic or whatever.
Yeah, the bot that's able to like replicate and like it'll look at like Sonic or his friends and then replicate their attack patterns. And basically, the way they beat it is like just outsmarting it. It's a similar, excuse me, it would be a similar concept. The only difference would be is that I think its design might change as well, depending on the individual or the circumstances it finds itself in. So it could go from like a land form to a water form to an air form and so on and so forth.
Oh, so
Based
Sonic,
on
like
what-
Sonic Transformed.
Kinda. Again, I don't want the design to just be what's it called? I don't want the design to just be another Metal Sonic. I kind of want it to be its own sort of like machine, something that's like, oh yeah, this is something very peculiar, you know.
Yeah.
As for like what it would be or how it would be powered, I want to say that it's Eggman working on some sort of like unknown alloys, basically. So the concept could be something like, I don't know, something like if he discovers in like a different area or location and is like, oh, what's this? And then discovers that the metal is actually not only what's it called, malleable, but it's even like capable. What's the word? It's even capable of like oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here. Adapting and changing and kind of like, depending on like electrical stimuli, suddenly it becomes much more dangerous or much less dangerous depending on like the circumstance. And again, maybe Eggman could be like infusing it with like combat data and things like that, or adaptive modules, or even admittedly like copying his own code from Metal Sonic to it with like the intent of locate and eliminate Sonic when possible.
Yeah. Copying codes. Who would do that? You know? Who would do
Basically.
such a thing?
I could probably like reference like one of his what's it called? One of the robots like Orbot or Qbot, what's it called? Orbot or Qbot basically like making a gag and saying like spaghetti code, huh? Or you know, something to that effect basically.
Yeah, Yandere dev code. That'd be an insult.
Well, that would be a good way to actually kind of like incorporate it. Like Orbot or Qbot comes out with like a chalice, and not a chalice, but a wine glass, and said, "We should have a toast." And there's like white liquid like spilling out or something like that.
Yeah.
Again, absolute asshole. Anyway, that's kind of like the what's it called? That's kind of the general concept I think would work with that, but it would require a little bit more effort, I think. I'm trying to think of like some of the other aspects too, and something else to consider is some of the other characters as well. Like, who would you bring? Or that's something I've been kind of like contemplating as well. Recently, I've discovered a source filmmaker production. I think it's from like not Sasso, but like they're doing some sort of like Sonic source filmmaker series. I think it's like Sonic Ops or something like that. I can't remember, but it's clearly trying to take place in their own like reality, but also trying to be like a pseudo successor to Sonic Chronicles almost. Well, almost I should say. They do what's it called? They do try to reintroduce like characters and concepts. Like the Dark Legion is the antagonistic force in this, but. What's the word?
So, will the Dominatrix Leonda be in it?
I don't know, because it shows what's her name? Shade, and then it shows her sister.
Shade has a sister?
I think, I'm not sure. It show like the thing has what's it called? It shows her like having a sibling. But to make her different, because apparently they're twins, her armor has like these spikes over the ventilation things to make her look more, what's the word? more menacing, right? Let me see here. And what goes on in Ops is that they let me see if I can find it. Because again, I'm like flutzing a lot of this right now. Let me see. Yeah, it's by System 509, and I think they're most well known for is like, I think they're the ones who created the vanilla casual look. You know, the jeans and the shirt look, basically. I think they have like a weird obsession with her. It's like, please don't. It's getting
Really?
weird now. Yeah, I think it's the same person. I could be wrong. The episodes aren't terrible. They're basically, the premise is it focuses on Princess Sally. I think from either I think it is from the animated show. Winds up getting dropped into Sonic's this world, which is like trying to do its own thing. Like, it's not based on Archie. It's clearly not based on the games. It's like doing its own continuity with the characters, which I applaud for. I'm like, fuck it, yeah, no, go with it. Like, by all means, go nuts, right? And because this is a character that's, you know, it's not like the Archie version who is a fighter. This version of what's her name? Of oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, bear with me.
Oh, damn it. Someone already did a Hunter Needler cannon.
Yeah, fact.
Well, mine's different. It's like a skewer, so never mind.
Skewer cannon.
Yeah.
Or Blamite cannon.
Flamethrower warthog.
Ah, war crime on wheels.
Yeah. This mod is amazing. I can't wait to, I don't know.
Reallocate the models.
I can't wait to import my ideas into Halo, since I do have a bit of experience. God, of
I
course,
get you.
it's a woman driving, I wonder.
Oh god, we're going to die horribly.
Yeah, sorry to derail a bit. I was just...
No, you're fine, you're fine. Where were we? You're right, so it's clearly trying to do its own thing, the story focusing. Again, because Sally isn't, you know, her Archie self, and it's just the show self. She unfortunately has, you know, no combat experience, so on and so forth, and she's trying to find herself, and she's trying to get back home, and, you know, so on and so forth, even admitting how strangely goofier Eggman is in comparison to, like, everything else. And even this version of Eggman seems to mix in with the more video game aspect with the more villainous kind of like comic version. Like, for example, one of the Dark Legion tried to like infiltrate his base, they captured it, and it's heavily implied that he's just like killed the organic being inside and took the armor to build Omelette, which does appear as instead of being blood related, it's just a robot. Which I believe this was all created before Sonic Adventure, not Sonic Adventure, fuck.
Adventures?
Sonic Frontiers, Sonic Frontiers and Sage's introduction. And I guess they're too far to get rid of it at this point.
I think that's more of a Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog thing, don't you think?
What, Omelette?
Well, he does this in Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog.
I guess. I mean, it's possible. I'm just saying is that they kind of run with it, and, you know, more power to them, I should say. But the main thing about it all is just kind of boiling down to the characters and everything like that, like I said. It's an interesting sort of mix, and it shows that they are taking influences from the most unusual places, but really trying to make them work in very, like, interesting slash, what's the word? Interesting slash unusual points of view, I should say.
Yeah.
What's this?
That's a Cyclops. I want to hit it in the back, because it does a cool animation if you do that. Oh, I get a saw. Okay.
Mhm.
There we go.
And sorry about that.
That's okay.
I was just reading something. Okay. Anyhow, like I was saying, so the main thing about it is that especially with the whole omelette thing and yada yada yada, it boils down more so to what's the word? It boils down, or I should say, the series is clearly trying to take an adult stance, but is also trying to be a much more like neutral stance on the series and so on and so forth. Like, there's no real like attempt to what's the word? It's not trying to be too PG, but it's also not trying to be too adult at the same time. Kind of like a interesting mixture. You can tell that this is a fan project with some love and passion behind it, because they try to make the characters really work. They try to make them all kind of like stand out, and they really do try to make them like proper characters, I should say. It's just curious and interesting to see where this goes, I should say.
Yeah.
Hold on. Someone is fucking, like, pinging me. What the f do you want?
Is this someone in my server?
No, no, a different server.
I was worried for a sec.
Oh, it's fucking... Yeah, I know who this person is. Into my end. Hold on. And... No gold, no gold. I'm sorry, I'm just watching everything here. Just unfold in real time.
Oh no.
It's fucking obnoxious too. Oh god. Kill you. Oh god, it's everything is just devolving in real time.
Yeah.
No. So we got a spec.
That's a, oh, that's the Halo 2 Brute helmet.
No. Sorry, again, I'm sorry, I'm distracted. I'm watching like people spurg out in real time, so I'm just kind of like, okay.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's funny.
What are they spurging out about?
I don't know, some like retarded liberal shit, and they're like having a personal meltdown. This personality trait, this is exploding everyone, and they're just tagging everyone. It's like, can I do something about this? Hold on.
You could mute the server.
I could, but I'm slightly entertained. Roll cringe, nice. Transphobic, what are you talking about? Any phobe, what the fuck? Oh brother, this guy stinks. Schizo rambling, I had just got here. They're fucking with people. Just a loser with no life begging for attention on the internet. God. Demonstrably false, and your blind eyes just point. The bigot that you are, exactly. Just mute the server for a bit. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it, I'm muting the server. I can't. Like, as entertaining as this is, I'm just going to mute, and there we go. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna mute it for. Let's go with 15 minutes.
Oh my lord. Is it a not safe for work server?
Yes. Hold on, someone just responded. Wait. Someone responds, you will never be a woman. Yes! I was waiting for that! How is this big an activity? It's making this... Is non... Bro, we're here for porn. The slurs piss me off too, but I'm also here to jerk off, so weigh your options. Man, hope you make something in real life someday. Oh god, nobody's like listening. They're all just kind of like roasting this idiot over and over again, which is sad because I know who this person is. Watching them like explode in real time is just kind of funny.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's someone who I offered to work with at one point, and they turned it down. So like, okay, whatever.
Uh,
So now just kind of watching them like self-implode is kind of like just hilarious.
yeah.
Another fatherless child.
I mean, that's the good thing is when not safe for work servers are like, oh, we're just here to, you know, we're not gonna care about your freaking political bullshit. See,
Let's see.
and that's why I don't think there's going to be a lot of people complaining about the butt girls using AI, because not only am I not advertising it on Twitter, it's only going to be on Disfit. It's just people, my audience, it just doesn't care, you know? They just won't care about that, so...
Oh god, someone just typed, shut the fuck up, I'm trying to rap. Okay, hold on. Is it transphobe, and if you remain in the server, use actively spreading hate, you're part of the problem.
Spreading
I'm just
hate.
working with something.
Oh man, silence is compliance.
It's like, I'm just... Kill yourself! God. There's a difference between active hate and just not doing. Also, just got done plugging all of my artwork links to my ACs.
I'm surprised they're telling them to, you know, end it all.
Again, because people have no chill. It's like, if you're gonna start like shit in this shorter stuff, they're just gonna... It's just gonna be like pretty annoying, and it's like, whatever, just shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
And when to change their ways at most, it's convincing people that people with our systems of beliefs are annoying. Which you are, yes. No transform, he's just trying dicks.
Let's get in there and take some power.
I'm going to up this. Send this mother to the penis explosion chamber and have this penis exploded immediately. What the fuck? This is just like, now people are just taking the piss out of this whole thing because it's like, whatever.
Yeah.
Posting schedule instruct when he was less likely to be on Discord. Oh. Waiting on you. Actively hate guys while being gay. What the fuck is happening? Over here exploding. Oh god.
Fall back, Marine.
Oh, the water is hot. I'm just watching this. Keep yapping, man. Look, I don't what the hell's is going on. Or the last time I was, okay, W. Bro, damn. Oh, ill shit show. I'll be checking it. Oh, babies. Oh no, this is weirdly entertaining. Oh god, this has been interesting.
Fight!
Can't believe
Fight!
just Bridget.
I feel like
Like-
I'm watching what you're watching with the Cyclops fighting the Hunter.
Yeah, basically, it's like Jesus Christ. Again, this is like I said, it's just exploding in real time. I never pass a chance to style on some majors. I'm gonna go ahead and block this person now because it's like, okay, I'm not gonna have this.
Wait, why are they harassing you?
No, I'm just like, you know what? I'm not gonna deal with this moron. There's. Okay, my fun's over. I'm done. I'm not gonna keep watching this shit because I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't care.
Yeah.
It's like it's now become just like what's it called? Overly irritating, you know, like when someone just keeps going on and on, yep. So I'm like, okay, my fun's done. I'm gonna go ahead and walk over here now. Actually, do I still have? I need to check. Are they? Did I still like communicate with them? And if so, I'm tempted to like remove them from my like contacts for a while because I'm not dealing with it. So let me see. Let me check. John. No, I don't see you. Hold on, let me see. Everyone changing their fucking names all the time makes it so fucking hard to keep track of who's who. Let's see. We'll be at the bottom, I think. Here's one person who never responds. Who is it? I think this is them. No, that's somebody else. No, I don't see them here. Alright, I guess I got rid of them. Okay, never mind. Anyway, where were we? Sorry, I got completely derailed. What was I talking about before?
Sonic.exe robot clones.
Right. So I was mentioning... Right, it was Sonic Ops, and... What I was mentioning is that with Sonic Ops, like I said, they have this whole like different continuity and everything going on. They're trying to expand on the Dark Legion and everything like that. And an interesting thing I wanted to mention is that they actually brought in Zachariah of all people into their continuity, which is interesting because, as far as I know, Zachariah was only ever in what's it called? Only ever in oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here. The Fleetway comics.
Yeah.
Which, again, is interesting because you think... Like, I know that there's some, like, rules and regulations, likely that there's some things you can't, like, put into, what's it called? Into your comic continuity without, like, having express permission and everything like that. Even if you're working on the same IP, obviously. But I'm pretty sure, what's it called? I'm pretty sure that they could probably have gotten around or made, or even put in Zachariah into the, what's it called? Put in Zachariah into, like, I think the Archie comic at least once, or an alternate version of the character. Because again, it's like, you know, when has consistency ever been a thing in the Sonic continuity these days?
I don't know. I think last time was about 5 million years ago.
Among other things.
If we can have the Grizzly, where one guy can
Still.
use 3 guns,
Like I said, it's something to really consider, because, again, I'm tempted to kind of explore some of the Fleetway stuff as well. The issue is just that Fleetway, like, the thing is that I think Fleetway is already getting explored enough by, one Sonic, comic fan group, who they're actively, like, trying to make a sequel and everything like that. And of course, that's not counting the other, Fleetway continuity, which I think is, like, a completely different continuity from the original, from this version, because I think this one was a lot older and goes back to about, I want to say, the early days of the internet, like prior to, what's it called? Oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here. This was like before everyone kind of did their own thing, so it was like back on the days of like creating websites for yourself and everything like that. Let me see here. With that comic continuity, I know that they tried to like expand into like other directions and things like that, but I don't think it ever got like...
Yeah.
I don't want to say it was... go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I got distracted by this big thing.
Okay. What was it? I don't think it got big into like what's the word? They really got far in or that big with character concepts and things like that, like, you know, beyond what they had initially brought in. I know that they tried to have their like own Dark Legion kind of stuff, and I know that the Fleetway hold on. What's the word? I know that they got influenced by a lot of like Archie stuff at the time, and then that's what led to what's the word? Them trying to do their own story and thing as well, but it wound up kind of being, what's it called? It being, like I said, it wound up being like affected by things from Archie and so on and so forth, basically. And as a result, the story kind of suffered because they were basically like playing catch up with a lot. Let me see here. Let's see. I'm just pulling up their website right now. So we're going comics. So let's see. So from what I can tell, they've still been going on with this for quite a while. I think the original comic run ended back in, what was it? I want to say back in issues like 223, somewhere like that. And then they just kind of kept going with it, and I think they're roughly almost at 280 as of this moment, which is insane when you consider it. Let me see. I'm gonna have to see what like the most quote-unquote recent comic is and what happened. What the heck is this? Presents. Okay. Package. What the hell is this? Control zone. Okay. Way too fucking weird. Here we are. So the last comic was back in, let me see, when did they create it? Hold on. This one was back in, can I get a date for this? Hold on. Oh, Jesus Christ, what is this? God. Now I'm starting to remember why I didn't really bother with this kind of thing, because it's so fucking annoying to go through all this and kind of like go through the what's it called? The pages and everything like that.
Really?
It's not as easy as like click on the comic and follow it. It's like click on these like miniaturized little pages, you know, so on and so forth, and you just kind of like, you have to guesstimate what's going on essentially. And that's kind of like one of the problems with this whole thing. Is like their method of getting everything set up and running is not the most concise, I want to say.
Yeah.
Let me see here. And it's especially apparent when it's like I said, this is like clearly a website designed by like older characters. Let me see. Okay, weird. Let me see here. So this issue apparently killed off Shadow. Huh, go figure.
Oh well.
Alpha Squad, we've got a surprise for you. So, out of the people
Okay,
that
what
are appearing
the
here
fuck?
that
Alright.
shouldn't be, we found a few bona fide war heroes.
Let's
And get this,
I feel like I'm missing something here,
and
but
already eager to get
I'll have to figure that out later.
we can't concentrate on
When was
learning
this issue
one
created?
place. So pick
I say
someone to help
issues,
you
like when
out,
was this
and we'll
made?
send them over.
Let's see.
Just to let you know, now that you've been through a
And this was made. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da.
just be aware
Fuck, I can't find a fucking date on this.
temporary allies won't be able to go back in with you. Oh, and if you're fighting solo,
Let me see.
simply choose resume from the main menu to continue from exactly
Okay, we'll have to check when like people commented.
unfortunately isn't possible.
2 years ago, so we're in 2023, so this would have been back in 2021, give or take. Yeah, it's strange because, like I said, this comic series that they've been doing is kind of like, again, it's spun off in their own direction, and they've kind of made various different things going on. You know, things like trying to introduce the continuity version of these characters, but also it's very clear that they're being influenced by a lot of, you know, the more modern stuff, especially with what's it called? Especially with like the modern things and, you know, so on and so forth. But it's also very unusual, for lack of a better term. Like, the art style will vary between individuals, because again, this is what happens when you get like multiple people working on a project at once. It's not always going to be consistent, but it goes from, what's the word? It goes from like interesting to unusual to unusual to unusual, you know?
Yeah.
And I think this is more to do with the fact that it's especially apparent with how strange and how like unusual like a lot of the styles will be. Like, it'll go from a simplistic style to then a more unusual style, because the characters will, or the art style won't be right per se. It'll kind of like vary between issue to issue and issue to issue, basically, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. It's inconsistent.
Yeah, especially so because, like I said, whenever you get like a, what's it called? I'm trying to think of the right word here. It becomes really inconsistent because, like I said, a lot of people will bring their own artistic styles, and this is kind of why people, like both in comics and in animation, will constantly recommend and constantly have things called animation models. And the point of these models are they are supposed to be, you know, animations and everything like that. The point of them is that they're supposed to be specific. You know, they're supposed to be designed to be consistently done, so that way you kind of avoid the unusualness of a lot of these problems. You know, especially with what's the word? The characters and like design flaws and things like that. Like, it's typically you want to avoid these issues whenever possible. The problem is with this specific online service, or not even service, this online version of the system, it doesn't work correctly because what's the word? It doesn't go correctly because everyone that they bring in brings in their own kind of like alternate versions. You know, they wind up creating, or they wind up like having slightly different iterations, and that's kind of the problem. Which is ironic because originally with the Fleetway comics, they brought in their own kind of style, because a lot of them were like former UK Disney, UK DC Comics and Marvel guys. They kind of like brought in their own flair to the characters, which gave them their own identities. But it also, they had to stay on model with a lot of these like new versions and everything like that. The problem, however, is that when you try to incorporate this, you know, that's what it helped. But here, everyone has their own iterations and versions of Sonic, and the quality of it will drastically change from like issue to issue, comic to comic, and you just kind of sit there and go like, we need, you know, there needs to be some quality control. But that's the problem when you're running a fan-run website that has fans who can come in and it's like, oh, I want to bring in this own story, and then, you know, the moderation team lets you like make your own thing.
Yeah.
It's it's one of those, like, how do I put it? It's a situation where basically, and it's especially the case with, oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here. It's especially the case with, like, this. Now, there is a different Fleetway that's currently, like, out there. Someone has been creating their own version of, what's it called? Fleetway Sonic and everything like that. That's, the people are doing, like, the Sonic the Comic on DeviantArt, and their designs are a lot more interesting than the designs we see from, like, this Sonic Fleetway Online kind of stuff. And the reason why I'm saying that is because the models are all on point and, you know, on brand. They try to keep the style the same as, like, what it was in Fleetway, but they will also, like, change it up slightly or incorporate some of the more modern aspects to it without it, like, overtaking the entire comic. And it's something that, you know, is appreciative, and it shows that there's a great amount of care and effort that they're trying to, like, put in, but the problem really does boil down to, okay, you've done all this, but, you know, where does it go? And again, that's another thing I want to mention. The comics are also very, like, they haven't run into any problems, which is surprising. Like, they keep doing the stories they want to tell without it being like they're trying to rip off something from the IDW comics or the Archie comics. So they're trying to do their own stories, and I feel like it fits very well. Like, for example, like the whole premise of the story is like they reincorporate things from, like, Sonic Adventure 2 and everything like that. But the insane thing is that they don't try to copy the games exactly. Like, for example, in the comic they revealed that the Eclipse, the Ark is created by the Kinterbor family, and that Eggman's able to use the Eclipse cannon without the Chaos Emeralds, but it needs time to recharge. He wipes out, like, an entire zone. Of course, people escape before he destroys it, but, you know, it shows his power, his dominance. Like, they really ramp up the threat and the tension and the stakes to a natural sort of level. Like, it doesn't feel like the odds are completely against them, but it also doesn't feel like there's no hope that things can get better, you know?
It's a shame we found the Master Chief on Requiem right when we
Yeah.
had that mass recall on Hornet.
So it's one of those things where, like, I'm happy that this group or this individual, I'm not sure if it's an individual or a group, I could be wrong. What's it called? I don't know if it's what's the word? A group or if it's an individual. I want to believe it's an individual, but it could be a group. But they actually will what's the word? They actually, like, really work on this comic well. They've made the stories very, very interesting. I feel like this is a much more, like, connected continuity to the Fleetway comics than it would be from the online version, because at least this, you know, it's the story. The models are consistent. The art style changes only when, like, things improve. You know, like, if the artist improves, or if they do bring somebody else in question, they kind of, like, are better, and, you know, so on and so forth, basically. Let me see here. And the story, like I said, is trying to tell its own version of events without it feeling like we're just trying to retread old ground. So it's not like, what's it called? It's not just, what's the word? It's not just, what Archie Sonic did, or how IDW will try to, like, incorporate canon into itself and then, you know, run with that story moving forward. They're trying to, like, reinvent it and make things fit with their world, and doing it in such a way that it doesn't feel disrespectful to the source material or them trying too hard, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think so. Is that what Archie Online's all about?
Archie Online is Archie Online is more focused on what's the word? It is more focused on trying to tell I'm trying to think of the right word here. is more focused on continuing the Archie Sonic storyline, but changing it slightly to better fit the events with like ID. Sorry. Um, so there's two things about it. One, it's like I said, it divides between quote unquote two timelines, because we know that there was that whole, they had to do the whole reboot thing and so on and so forth. So the story is divided into what they call pre-reboot and post-reboot, where if it's post-reboot, then they'll try to follow the stories from the reboot moving forward. But if it's like post-reboot or sorry, pre-reboot or anything like that, they'll try to follow the story in its more like logical conclusion. So they'll focus more on things that, for lack of a better term, played out differently. The only like post-reboot story I think I know they did or were able to create was focus exclusively on this one Archie Sonic comic that actually was like 90% finished but wasn't complete. And from what I understood, because I think you probably know that there's like plenty of IDW, or sorry, I keep mixing them both up. Sorry. Because I think you're familiar with like how Archie Sonic had like a lot of comic ideas they couldn't finish, and so as a result, not everything got put to pen and paper. Like only minor concept art, like where that weird Mephiles clone comes from and everything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a similar situation with, from what I understand and from what was like kind of conveyed to me, there's only one Archie Sonic story that was like 90% complete but just needs to go to print, and that was trying to think of the right word here. That I'm actually pulling up the website right now. I think that was under let me see here. Actually, I need to. Yeah, so pre-reboot, so this is like everything that predates the major like reboot / retcon, or tries to like refocus everything on it. So it's continuing the Archie Sonic comics as they were before the whole Ken Penders thing, as well as like including some interesting spin-off side stories. And post-reboot, which is everything that happens after Ken Penders, only has one comic, and that is just the Sonic Universe 95 fan restoration comic, which focuses on Antoine and this other what's it called? I'm trying to think of the right word here. Hold on, wait a minute. Did I make a mistake? Okay, yeah, so there's two differences. There's the Sonic Universe Online, which is the fan version, and then the Sonic Universe actual thing. Okay. Sorry, it's difficult to kind of like pin down the timeline of events. I think they're trying to come up with a comic explanation to like give us an idea of like what is going on with like where in the main Archie Sonic comics can you jump off on, and how can you like go into this basically. With minimal confusion, I should say. Anyhow, so basically the pre or post reboot thing focuses mostly on Antoine and this character called Cortez that never got fully fleshed out. All we knew about him is that he's some sort of like rodent Mobian and has like the Black Knight version of King Arthur's sword, when he's corrupted basically. The story basically focused around like, what's it called? It focused around Antoine's father, their legacy, the legacy of like a sword fighter, and then him actually understanding that he'll have the opportunity to prove himself worthy of his like mantle and station, and actually gets a new sword, becomes a new character. Well, not a new character, but like grows as a character, I should say. But that's where that comic goes, and basically it's the only example of like fan restoration that worked. When asked as to like why can't they do the rest with like say what's it called? The rest with say the other like concepts that never got out there, I think it's simply because they just don't have access to the raw resources, and like so little of it is actually like complete in comparison to something like, I don't know, oh god, what's it called? Something like IDW and everything like that. You know, like they didn't have the raw resource or the raw comic like they did with this one. Regardless, there's basically a lot to consider and a lot to unpack, especially when it comes to like this whole Archie, IDW, and like all this stuff online, basically. The fans have been keeping it going, and apparently they've got 2 plans to create the next 2 comics soon. They just haven't completed it yet due to like time management related issues. You know, which makes sense. They're not exactly compelled by the release schedules of like proper corporate comic industries and things. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it's one of those situations where it's. By the way, I'm downstairs. I'm going to start cooking something up because I'm freaking starving. I haven't eaten all day.
Oh.
But yes, the same kind of like general concepts and things of that nature and etc. Let me see here. So that's the baseline concepts, I should say. So yeah, I wanna add anything to that?
I don't know much about Archie. I think I don't know. I just well, I'm glad that they didn't have a lot for the post to reboot stuff, because the stuff before was better. But I don't know. At least they continued something that they liked. They actually did it.
Yeah, again, it's like if fan support is there, people will still support something, even if it's gone. Especially if they're like dedicated enough to keep it going well after something's been canceled. We got that whole season 3 thing going on and so on and so forth. The main issue is just purely that, everyone has their own takes on these things, and these things can take time to really get released and executed properly. And that's no slight on them, it's just, the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
Which again, makes perfect sense. It's interesting to see how this all kind of like folds out and how everyone basically has that kind of opportunity. I think the problem is just how people interpret characters and how people like release things and so on and so forth. I think that's where the major problems really start to like rear their ugly heads. Especially if it's like, like conflicts of interest and things of that nature. Like if someone has a specific like hold on, I'm just gonna mute myself for a second. Give me a second.
Dumb-ass teammates.
Lives added.
Oh my fucking lord. Oh great. It's fucking stupid AI. Oh sorry. Now I don't.
No, you're fine.
I don't have the cool sword now because these dumbasses ran me over. Oh, never mind.
I saw. Anyway, but yeah, continuity, that sort of thing. It always kind of like just boils down to how, what's the word? Interpretation and things like that. Like, you had the whole Ken Pender thing to go on an example.
Yeah.
Which I am still convinced to this day influenced so much of like Chris's actions. I'm not even joking.
I don't disagree, actually.
Because again, it's like there's nothing about Chris that, like I said, there's no original bone in Chris's body to begin with.
Yeah, his skeleton was donated by someone else.
Among other things, like, you know what? You, Chris. Like, frequently. Again, life took a shit on him and he never could recover. At all. He just kind of kept running with it. But now again, we haven't heard anything from him as of his release, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on, you know?
He's dating someone and everyone's angry about it? Or whatever?
That's what I heard. Like, from what I understand, and again, this is like a very limited understanding of the situation. Apparently the woman he's with, and again, this is allegedly, is someone who might be a caseworker, but is actually like genuinely fallen for him. Allegedly. And I think this is simply because she doesn't know who Chris is, or just knows that this is someone of special quality that needs my help. Like,
So,
something like that.
so it's Harley Quinn and the Joker.
Basically, if we want to think of it in that kind of like horrible mentality, yes.
Oh god.
Again, I'm just concerned about the genetics here. Especially if it's like, if they do what we fear they're gonna do.
Oh no, Crystal's coming. Oh yeah, that's gonna... Oh.
Well, our only hope is that because Chris did this whole like stupid shit to himself, somehow it's resulted in infertility. That's my hope anyways. It's a slim hope, but it's one that's there.
I still think he has a penis.
No, yeah, he can have the equipment. I'm just saying it's like, yeah, but it doesn't work. That's the hope, because
I mean, he
exposed himself to that. Yeah?
Didn't he cut a hole under his, like, he made
Perineum.
he made an unclit.
Yeah. Basically, with that situation, specifically, it's just... that wouldn't necessarily affect reproduction. What it is that he's just giving himself a wound. The main thing about it would be that he would need to, technically speaking, because he like exposed himself to God knows what kind of chemicals with that whole like black market gel substance he was like rubbing on himself. And he's also on like some weird medications at the time. So my only hope is that it affected some form of virility.
Yeah. Otherwise, Crystal's gonna get fertile too, if you know what I mean.
Ugh, no thank you. I don't want to think about that. Again, it just goes to show that like life is just a cruel joke. But again, the hope is that Chris gets better and things really do like turn around for the better, per se. At least that's the hope. We can all put this like waking nightmare behind us permanently.
Yeah.
You know, it's a small hope, but it's one that's there. Speaking of these idiots, have we heard anything from Wing?
I haven't been keeping up with it at all.
I see. Well, if there's lack of like Wing's content, both good and bad, that must either mean one of two things. He's either dead or he's trying to improve himself.
Oh, he's still making
Legitimate.
content and all, but it's nothing new.
Yeah, which is difficult to like, again, from an outsider looking in, it's almost impossible to gauge like how his reputation is, you know, at the moment. My hope is that he hasn't pissed away the goodwill that fight gave him.
Yeah, me too.
Of course, we both know that Boogie has suffered endlessly as a result. That stupid moron has legitimately, what's it called? He's I saw that. That was weird. From what we understand, at least with like Boogie, because I have been like, well, not keeping up with him per se, but I've been following some of the what's it called? Audio that's been going around is that supposedly he's trying to like get doing the typical lolcow thing of like pay for my existence essentially, but it seems not to be working or that much of a success, I assume, because people are kind of like pushing back on it, and he's now had to resort to like saying, oh, these are my finances, and like trying to legitimately like justify begging his audience to give him cash.
Really?
Yeah, like explain how he has an editor, he has to pay, he has to do this, he has to do that, but he's on his like insurance, blah 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 blah. And it's like, okay, that's a whole lot of problems that again is not your audience's responsibility to manage. You know?
I mean, you could just edit your own videos. I mean, what does he do? He sits his fat ass on a camera and makes videos. I don't think that needs much editing work.
No, well, obviously the only editing I can imagine that is being done in that whole scenario is just, editing out if he like fucks up or says something stupid or like he reads the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, but you can do that. He can do that himself. That's what I don't get.
He could. I'm not disagreeing with that. Yeah, because he's lazy. That's probably it. He just wants to stuff his face with fucking double stuffed Oreos all day and just call it a day.
Either that or he's bullshitting.
Which is also entirely possible. But he went into like the finances, like, oh, my health bill, my like just going into bills and like going to like the mortgage and everything. I'm like, this isn't shit you tell your audience is your situation. Like you're supposed, again, your financial woes are not your audience's responsibility. The audience doesn't come here. Well, they come there for you, obviously, but for what you can provide as an entertainment value. It's not like, oh, people are here just to hear my problems. It's like, if they have issues of their own, they're not going to come in to listen to you bullshit,
Yeah.
And rightfully so. But again, this is what Wings cultivates. He cultivates a audience who will like just, or he tries to, I should say. Frequently, he tries to like cultivate an audience who will like come to him at his like worst times and reward his negative behavior basically.
Yeah.
The end result is basically the same fucking thing. It's just bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Wham, 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 wham. My life is so hard. My, first world problems. Wham, 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 wham. It's like Jesus fucking Christ.
I mean,
like
didn't he get money for going and doing the boxing thing for Keemstar?
He did, but he claims that King fucked him out of like something. Like he was trying to find like every excuse under the sun to like explain away his failure, but also explain why it wasn't like fair to him in some way. So I think he explained like how, like, I think he said, again, I could be misremembering a lot of information. I just don't give a shit. I think he said that like Keem lied about the circumstances of the fight or like lied about what it was supposed to be and like all this sort of shit. I think that was just him coping with the fact that it wasn't going to be like a celebrity boxing match. It was actually just going to be like a proper wrestling match or a boxing match. It was going to be two land whales going at it, like fighting the shit out of each other, and he didn't do anything about it while Wings went out there and did something.
Yeah.
And so, naturally, Boogie's trying, because like I said, whoever loses in this is going to be like, their reputation will suffer majorly, like more so than usual, and whoever wins is going to get that much needed redemption, in quotations. If Boogie wants to like succeed and like push himself back up to like whatever success he wants, or to even get like a piece of what Wings got, he's gonna have to go into the match again, and he's gonna have to win. Not against Wings, but against somebody else,
Yeah.
The question is who?
I don't know. EDP? Tipster?
EDP or Tipster? Okay, I can see the EDP one because, EDP I don't think is gonna succeed. I think he's just gonna be I don't know. He's just gonna probably just get like his ass handed to him because let's face it, like EDP is not a fighter. He's run away every time that he's been confronted, especially by the Cupcake Man.
I mean, Gideon found him, so...
I'll shoot.
Yeah, but I don't think he's gonna like actually fight. I guess the other person. Well, the other thing we also have to keep in mind is that with boxing, they have these things called weight limits, or like weight classes, and you can't really like exceed it if you're either both fat or fit. It has to be a fair fight. It's not like you can't put Mike Tyson up against like fucking what's his name? It was the midget WWE wrestler Foghorn, I think. Someone like that, basically a short person. It's like you can't really do that because Mike Tyson has the advantage. He's like an almost 6-foot fucking monster that can kill you.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the point I mean. It's that in order for Boogie to win another match or like get like an opportunity to fight like someone, he has to like actually either lose weight or get paired with like another internet loser who would like probably give him an equal match if they're like both obese. And the problem is that the only person I can think about in terms of like hated and everything would be like, well, just some really obscure locale or even Drakenlord. And even then, there's like that language barrier problem.
And he's not too receptive to,
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised that after this fight, he's never going to try and do something like this again because he will think it's just another quote-unquote setup. It's like, again, Keem and everyone told you to train. They told you to get ready because this wasn't going to be like a fucking celebrity match where you just pretend to throw punches and it's like, over and over again. It was going to be a proper fucking brutal fight, and you didn't train, you weren't ready for it, and the next thing you know, you got your head like bopped in, and just everything handed to you. And it wasn't even just that. It was also the fact that his his fat ass was coming in, and his fucking shorts were falling. To the point where they had to suspend the match and duct tape it to his body. You can't make that shit up. It's like if there was ever a comedy of errors, this was it. But, I don't think he's ever going to come back and do that. Best thing to do is like kind of move on and hopefully, assuming that if King capitalized this and managed to actually like get more people to do these fights, maybe then there'll be something else. I mean, I would kill to see a XQC versus Hassan fight. I absolutely would.
Oh, Hassan won't do that. He's a pussy.
No, I know, but if he did, I can imagine him just trying to like back away as much as possible, or try to like put some like distance, or find a way to like back away, while XQC, being like the ADHD riddled monster that he is just kind of constantly going like talking and trying to translate that energy into like hitting people, which I don't think he has, because let's face it, the guy is built like a fucking twig.
And he gets maids to clean up his mess.
His pigsty, yes. Among other things. Mr. I wear your house on my wrist, look how rich I am. Meanwhile, I'm just sitting there, it's like, that is an incredibly shit watch. I can't even read the time, neither can you. Let's not kid ourselves.
Yeah.
But, that's, neither here nor there. With Hassan, you can't really debate him alone. Like, you can't really, like, fight him on, like, the digital plane, especially if it's, like, what's the word? If they're, like, doing 2 different streams or something like that. You gotta fight him in reality. And by that I mean, like, verbally fight him, obviously.
Yeah.
Like, he has to feel like there's pressure and that barrier of, like, safety isn't there. And only then does he start, like, he'll start going into, like, political commentator mode. He'll start trying to like say like, oh, like if you ask him a simple question, he'll just start going like, well, before we can do that, let's consider that and blah 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 blah. It's like, no, answer the fucking question, yes or no.
Yeah.
Like if he feels threatened by the person, he's more likely and receptive to like say shit. than if they were like across the screen, because then he's got that whole false bravado. Oh, look at me! I can just mute you because me. You know, the typical bullshit. You know,
Yeah, and we need Sam Hyde to hunt down Hassan Piker.
among other things. Though, what's funny is that the whole H3 him and Hassan being on like the same panel, like doing that their debate, you could see like Ethan like tearing into him, and Hassan just kind of shrinking in his corner, like please no more, you know.
Yeah.
More so than the XQC thing, because that was still fucking hilarious to me. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not a fan of Ethan. I'm not a fan of XQC, but watching Ethan, like, not on like verbally and metaphorically, like tearing him apart was hilarious.
Yeah. Holy shit. It's a juggernaut.
Can you run it over?
Let's see. Well, I'll run over this one.
Ah, shit. Oh god, it's so big it's stopping the vehicle.
Oh, it's throwing shit at me.
Yeah, fucker. Alright, give me a sec. I need to go eat, and I will be back.
Well, I'm gonna
Alright,
go
I'll be
get...
back in...
I'm gonna get some Coca-Cola. I'll be right back, too.
Alright. Okay, cool.
Can you tell me about what you drew today? Oh no, you look so cute today, though. A cat boy? Cat boy Mason, I like it. Odin, what's that? Who man? Tank man.
You can do that? Oh, what the shit? No, 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 get off, get off. Ah, I zapped into oblivion.
If it doesn't go boom, we don't make it.
Lives added.
hate that.
Did you hear what that major was talking about? Warthogs where the gunner sits inside? That'll never catch on.
Lives added.
What's going on?
Take a tango. Save your ammo for the bad guy.
Ah. And I'm back.
Hello.
So how's it going? Just in terms of the game.
I guess it's been fine.
Ultimately swallowing the banish like it's okay.
Yeah,
Alright,
I'm
fair.
sure they don't mind me entering their phantom. Shit.
As if they can stop you. Fair enough. And I'm testing a few things here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, someone, excuse me, updated the teleporter twins, so I'm just gonna checking those models out real quick.
What are the updates?
Oh, it's a completely new model. So the teleporter, you know, this is like part of, I guess, what people are unofficially calling like the TF2 anthropomorphized like equipment. So this is one of them. So the teleporter twins are basically just the engineers' teleporters, but like, you know, humanized essentially. And then there's two models that exist for them. One is the standard models, which are, you know, kind of like the what's it called? Oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here. They're basically like the standard kind of like more closer, like almost like a transformer, basically in terms of designs. While the new models are taking a more like pseudo anime approach and taking it more like a robot with teleporter like details attached, basically. So it's just an update to like the overall appearance and things like that.
Yeah, I guess that's good. Oh shit.
Oh, I should say it's a completely new model. I should say. They're basically like just what's the word? They're basically just that. Just updated models. Nothing really too crazy. Nothing too out there in terms of concept or effect really. I'm just going to be taking a look at them and seeing how, they stack up. I don't think there's like a lot of difference because the original models for the Teleporter Twin actually have a bit more differences, like subtle differences. Because one of them is supposed to be the entrance teleporter, the other one is supposed to be exit. So they change their hands specifically, so that way the what's it called? They changed their hands so that way the oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here. To show that one's more conflict based while the other one is like different. Like one of them has more scratches, the other one doesn't, because one's like out in the field, the other one isn't. So you can see how like these like subtle changes make the character like stand out, and the differences between them too. But that's kind of like the overall. What's the word? Just the overall concept, I should say. Sorry, I'm taking a look at something here. Oof. Actually, that's something I find like just very peculiar about TF2. This, well, part of the old rumor that it used to be where there was supposedly going to be a 10th class added to TF2, but it never happened. Are you familiar with any of that?
Why didn't they ever make another class? Wasn't it going to be a dog?
So, the 10th class was something that they had in Team Fortress Classic, and what it was is that the 10th class was known as the Civilian, and the Civilian was this. It was like a what's it called? Major, an important character, basically. And the idea was that you wanted to protect them in like game modes like escort and so on and so forth. That was the like basic concept behind the character. But the Civilian was not really a what's it called? The Civilian wasn't actually a good character to play as, because all he had in terms of like defense was his umbrella, and that was it. Like he was fragile, he wasn't exactly useful. Like the only thing that people quote unquote liked about the Civilian was because since the Civilian is like a controllable TF2, like an important asset, like trying to get to the objective and things like that. That's what made him valuable as someone to play as him, because that way you can like escape like really bad situations and shit like that. Like you weren't like a sitting duck per se, but you were always fragile for like everything else. You were like a lot weaker than most characters. Valve created TF2 and they kind of like reinvented a lot of the characters. So they redesigned like the Civilian, they redesigned like a lot of the characters pretty early on, and this included characters like what's the word I'm looking for here? This included characters like the Scout, the Spy, all the characters you're familiar with throughout the internet, memes and everything like that. But rumors persisted that a 10th class was supposed to exist, and this 10th class was known as, it was the return of the Civilian. But Valve never included the Civilian because TF2 is like an incredibly difficult thing to what's the word I'm looking for here? it's incredibly difficult to actually like balance all the characters out, especially with what's the word? Especially when it comes to like what's the word? Um, how do I put it? Like character abilities, weapons, how good or bad a weapon is, how strong a weapon could be against like certain players, and so on and so forth. And so Valve already had they had to balance 9 characters in one go, and to add the civilian, which was basically just a basically an a character that didn't have any like way of protecting himself outside of his umbrella, no special skills, no real like equipment. It was kind of a hindrance, like nobody would ever play this character. So the 10th class, the civilian, got cut. But a lot of people, rumors persisted for years that Valve was going to always add in a 10th class. It was only inevitable. And the rumor persisted, even though Valve basically said, there's not going to be a 10th class, please stop asking. And this eventually culminated in them actually including a prop in the Halloween map, which is a cardboard cutout tombstone that reads, "Rip the 10th class." Valve's way of saying is like, this isn't going to happen, shut up about it, basically. And so for a while, people had to deal with it. Like the 10th class was never coming to TF2. But people, once they get like a whiff of something, they don't stop. And so naturally, a lot of people people wanted to see the 10th class return, and this is what leads into what I like to refer to as the wave of unofficial 10th class characters that were created. So even though Valve hadn't created an official 10th class, a lot of people online across like the internet and everything really, really, really wanted to create the 10th class. So they actually started to create their own versions of the character in just about any way, shape, or form they could. And this included, but was not limited to, what's the word? Making their own versions. So one version was referred to as the chemist, and the person who created the model actually made his own Meet the Team style, what's it called? Meet the Team style animation. It wasn't good. Like this was like in the early days of source filmmakers, so it was very what's the word I'm looking for here? It was very oh Christ, hold on. Bootleg, we'll say. Like very cheap, very badly done. The lore is basically that this is the guy who Medic stole the bones from. The character is a Japanese chemical specialist, and in order to get around the fact that he has no bones anymore, he's become like augmented biomechanical kind of character basically. And a lot of his skills focus on giving his team the ability to get buffs or weaken enemies, and this came in the form of chemicals. He would fly around on hover boots and was given Scout's needle gun because at this point people really wanted to give Scout a proper submachine gun style weapon, but Valve didn't want to give him that because small character, fast moving, giving him a rapid fire pistol, not gonna work. Too easy to get pissed off. So as a result, this character was created, and for a while that became the 10th class for some people, unofficially. But the creator never really capitalized on a lot of things. Like his last video, I think, was back in 2008 or around that time period. Well, not even 8. Sorry, 2010, 2000, in the mid 2010s, basically. I want to say. So nothing really happened as a result. So he, by he I mean the character, never saw much change beyond that. Nobody wants to steal somebody else's character and do stuff with it. So for a while he was removed. Then people actually created the civilian again, based on concept art and models that hadn't been completed, and he was added into the game's like source filmmaker stuff is just basically a side character, but he doesn't have any hats or anything like that. So he's very kind of like he's just there, like as default. Later he will. So they added the civilian, then they added the deathmatch mercenaries, which are basically just for TF2 deathmatch, which was a canceled Team Fortress game mode. And basically, the concept for the TF2 deathmatch was that this was like back in the early iteration of TF2's like lore, and basically the deathmatch mercenaries are just security hopped up on fucking what's it called? Security hopped up on like shit, ready to like start shooting and killing everybody who came in their way, basically. That was the basic kind of like idea behind them. So they technically became like the unofficial 10th class, but this is now more associated with Open Fortress, which is the fan like Quake style deathmatch. Where was it? Quake style deathmatch. Let me see here. Then we got the 10th class in the form of the janitor, which again was another character created just to kind of explain the world, but again was not viewed as like an official attempt at the 10th class. And then finally the last version, and the one that Valve actually considered for the longest time actually adding as the official 10th class, was the security dog, which was the dog character you mentioned. Ooh.
God damn it. All that time. Oh, whatever.
It's just 1 second too late.
Yeah. I'm gonna use this to my advantage, see if I can trick people.
That's where the dog kind of came from, and Valve, like I said, actually considered making the dog the official 10th class in like a big update, and the goal was to do that. But they didn't want to add the dog in because of a few reasons. One, gameplay-wise, the dog was too low to the ground, and it would be too easy for like players to get underneath other players, and they wouldn't notice they were being shot at unless they like looked down or like looking at their feet. The abilities they gave the dog, while useful, was a little bit too crazy. Like, for example, it could like use a boost to fly into combat or like chase down targets, and would also be given like a claw weapon which could pick up like ammo and health across the map, which, while useful to like bring to like people who would need it and like major choke points and things like that, it would cause too much issues of people who would need it wouldn't have it. And because in TF2 health items and ammo doesn't replenish on the map until someone uses it, and there's like a 60-second or so cooldown for the next one to respawn, you can see how like problematic that would become. Like if you're playing multiple dogs, picking up multiple health packs or multiple ammo packs.
Yeah.
Nice. Multiple health packs and multiple ammo packs, you wouldn't receive what's it called? You wouldn't receive that until like either the dog died, someone used it, or God forbid, something like the rotation went through. It also included that the dog would have to be killed, and a lot of people didn't feel comfortable with the idea of like making gibs and like death animations for a dog, so they just said, you know what, let's not try it.
Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, no one wants to see a dog die. I mean, we love dogs.
Exactly.
Like
exactly. So
when I hear my dog in distress, it makes me distressed. If I hear a dog crying, it makes me feel bad. So like, I can understand. Damn it.
Not wanting to do that. Yeah, and like I said, Valve was like, they even admitted it's like if it was under other circumstances, they wouldn't mind adding the dog. It's just they have to add this in. They can't make the dog an invincible thing or something like on the map. It had to be interactable, and that meant including gigs, including explosions, including death animations, and like again, a lot of characters use horrible tools to kill other people. So naturally, that included like setting the dog on fire, stabbing the dog,
Oh,
so on and so forth. Again, that's why they're like, you know what, we can't do this. So, the dog became or the security dog became the closest to an official 10th class the game has ever seen, and to this point, to this day, it's still viewed as a indirect. What's the word? It's still viewed as a direct, indirect 10th class. Like that, people still view the dog as like the official, unofficial 10th class character, essentially. As weird as that sounds. But it didn't really go anywhere. Like I said, it didn't go beyond just the basic, like, oh, that's it, you know?
Yeah.
Which is sad, but what you gonna do? And again, that's just covering the known, what's it called? The known teleporter twin, or the known 10th classes we know about. I'm sure there's like, a lot of, what's it called? Attempts at a 10th class we don't even know about.
It worked!
Haha!
That actually helped. Sorry. Yeah.
No, you're fine.
So that I didn't know that whole 10th class stuff was actually real. I thought it was kind of just a fan-made thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I got distracted for a sec.
It's one of those things where it's like it's an internet rumor that actually has validity behind it.
Yeah, because I saw like this. I think I saw it in like some video where there was cut content showing some cartoony dog, and I was just wondering if it was real or not.
Yeah, and again, technically it is because, like I said, the security guard dog was something that came from that. What's it called? Was something that came from that. Period, essentially, and that's kind of where the, I guess you would call it the main, like, situation with it came from. There's also, like, a lot of other shit that was, like, cut from TF2. We're talking, like, entire fucking things. So, one of them was the, what was it? One of them was the, I'm trying to think of the right word here. One of them was, I'm trying to think of the right word here. The discovery that the gender-bent mercenaries was actually a canon concept.
Really?
Yes. So, early on in TF2's development, and even when the game was like taking its final shapes, there was an idea of having female versions of the mercenaries playable in the game, and the concept was to kind of split up the monotony of playing the same characters over and over again, or to kind of avoid the whole you're just fighting clone versions of the same character over and over again, basically. And
they could also
so
add different races too.
Well, kind of, but the idea was mostly around, like I said, the concept of just this is how you would be able to like play with different characters / play as different characters, so on and so forth. That was like the early attempts and the early kind of like plan around the. Oh my god, she has a choker. Sorry, I finally got the teleporter, the new model, and I just noticed it. She's wearing a choker, the little wrench on it.
Whoa. Oh, I thought that was called a collar.
Collar, choker, it's the same thing. It's just, where your mind is. Let's see here. I'm just messing with it. But yeah, so the early ideas was around what's the word? Like I said, the early iterations and concepts were around how the characters were like set up and everything like that, and so on and so forth. But the big thing is that like I said early on, the characters were, the character concepts were kind of like all over the place, at least in terms of what the hell.
What?
Sorry, I just saw something weird. We're like all over the place, at least in terms of like early iterations, early concepts, all that sort of thing. And so it boiled down to how how people would play the characters and everything like that. For whatever reason, Valve decided against it and scrapped the project early on, but a lot of the concept art still exists. This shows like concepts for female scouts, female versions of like and it wasn't just like of the characters we know, it was also completely different characters in and of themselves, like a different version of an engineer who was like this Chinese woman. And I say Chinese like literally she was Chinese.
Communist.
This Chinese version, this like another black woman, but I think was like a medic, and so on and so forth. So they didn't want them to just be like, what's the word? They didn't want them to just be copies of the male counterparts. They wanted them to be their own characters that could like stand on their own and slightly different. But like I said, Valve didn't. I guess it didn't feel like it would work, or I think they just realized that how. What's the word? I think they realized how. Oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here. How like I don't want to say ludicrous, but how like how out there the whole concept would have been. Like I think they realized that it would have been easier to like create their own characters, like new characters for these instead of actually just trying to like shoehorn them into like pre-existing roles. So they likely just what's the word? They likely just changed it for that reason.
Yeah. Oh lord.
But other than that, I don't think anything else really came of it. I think the main, like I said, I think this is something that a lot of people, want to see, myself included, because it's a fun concept, and any like additional characters are always kind of welcome, especially with like TF2, because it's such a unique style. And again, this is where the kind of like robot girls and robot guys are kind of like taking over that position, because there's not a lot of.
Actually, I think aren't there mods in for TF2 that you can use to change the appearance of things? Because I saw Pyrocynical do this thing, and also that medic Team Fortress Classic medic mod.
Yeah, there is. It's so the thing about it is that because Valve's source code is like well known and out there, it's very easy to like open the system also has console commands, so keep that in mind. So you can actually open the console command and kind of like fuck around and change some things, but of course it's kind of a taboo thing. Like we don't what's the word? It's not encouraged for people to do that, because that's viewed as cheating and everything like that. But we're there. The thing is that if you're playing on unofficial Valve servers, that like have custom code and things like that, then the abilities and things you can do are not as constant as that. Like you actually have the ability to like change things and make those alterations, but you have to be on like secure fan servers in order to do that. I mean, that's the main problem.
Is it kind of like the Star Wars, I should say the new Star Wars Battlefront 2 mods, where it's client side only you can see the mods?
Yes.
Okay.
A lot of it is very much like that, and it's basically by design, because like I said, the limitations put on the developers, because there's no way to, for lack of a better term, there's no way to like go around these problems, especially when it's like, what's the word? There's no way to really like go around these problems, especially when it's like from, I'm trying to think of the right word here. Like I said, if you just want to like play on like unofficial, what's the word? Unofficial servers and things like that, so on and so forth. And it's to kind of like just avoid these problems. Ow, my wrist. It's just to avoid these problems and these sort of like drawbacks and issues. But like I said, it's It's just kind of there, you know.
Yeah.
Let me see here. God, why is this broken? Let me see. So that's kind of the main, I guess you could call it the main sort of like situation, for lack of a better term, of what's happening. At least like as a whole when it comes to Valve and their whole like situation, everything like that, I should say.
Yeah. I guess you can have those mini sentries as the mercenaries if you want now, Rev.
Well, technically, like I said, it's down to how, each mod is done and how the modders do things. And the thing is that I have seen people like modifying and adding in mimi sentries, but they aren't like how they are as like the characters. They are purely, and I do mean just purely, what's the word? They're just sentries. There's no like, they won't follow, they won't like run around or anything like that. It'll just be them sitting in one place, basically trying to like take out enemies as they come towards you.
So, I thought someone would weight paint them to the mercenaries.
It's possible. It's just one of those situations where it's like that would take more time to mod in than anything else, really.
I mean, yeah, it's just like I recently learned how to automatically transfer weights if you match up skeletons properly, so it's something I could do.
Again, like I said, it's possible. It's just more of like, it's more of a hassle, more than anything else. What the fuck is this? Think about fucking it. Still, and that's simply just because of like the circumstances, the situations, like especially with the mods themselves. And the mimis aren't exactly what I would call difficult to work with. Like again, their whole concept is just they're just a sentry that has like a bit more bells and whistles, that's able to move, and that's basically it. Is the main thing. But the problem is that because Mimi is canonically like shorter than most of the mercenaries, there's no real way to like rig her up to a mercenary skeleton and get her to go. Like I'm sure you're seeing like the fat ass pyro mods everywhere. Right?
Yeah.
So how they get around with that is they will what's the word? They'll, like you said, they'll weigh the model or the animations to a skeleton, and then that model will be that's how they get that to work. Basically, it is that's how they get the character into the game, I should say. The problem is that again, it kind of boils down to, it boils down to how. Oh Christ, bear with me. I almost had it. It mostly just boils down to the kind of models and everything like that. I should also mention Fempyro has been, both Fempyro and Femscout have been like things in the works for a long ass fucking time. We're talking about the earliest fucking days of TF2. Are you familiar with VHS or Versus Saxton Hale?
No.
Okay, so Versus Saxton Hale is exactly how it sounds. It is a game mode in which you, the player, or a group of players, I should say, were to like go head to head against Saxton Hale, and try to like defeat him or try to take him down. That was the premise of the game mode, and the idea was that you would what's the word? The idea was that you would you had to work together to basically like take him out. So it was like all the mercenaries, the entire team versus Saxton, and it was difficult because Saxton was a really like heavy boss. He had like a lot of health and things like that. And so what a lot of the game mode would kind of boil down to was what's the word? You would have to like work around that, and basically cooperate. Everyone would have to like bring their A game to the to the match. Nobody could really like what's the word? No one could afford to be like lazy about it, right? And so what made the versus Saxon Hail mode so much fun was because this game mode also allowed the players to bring in their own slight deviations or slight alterations to the character themselves. So they could bring in new weapons, new gear. Like all their powers and abilities were updated to better fit the game mode and better fit the conflict you were in, basically.
Yeah.
The problem was, but when the thing was, is that people got like they got used to beating Saxton. Like once you figured out how to beat him, the game mode quickly lost its splendor because you could easily figure out like what is his weaknesses, how to best exploit it, so on and so forth. It stopped being challenging and just became what's the word? Easy to figure out. It's like okay, set up a group of like engineers here, set up heavies here, blah 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 blah. Everyone just keep firing until he like gives up. That's basically it. So to counter that, the game creators would actually create a what's the word? They actually created additional bosses, and this is where the TF2 freaks. These are like special class or special like custom game mode made characters would actually come into play. So these would be like fighting against Christian Brutal Sniper or Penis Cupcake or like all these characters, right? That people would invent, and they were typically just goofy ass versions, right? The thing about it is that this also included the first iteration of female Pyro. And unlike the Pyro we have, female Pyro was this tanned girl who didn't wear the suit. She just had the gloves, the pants, wore a pair of overalls, wore a bikini top, and wore the gas mask. And her whole shtick is that she was a lot more of a fire starter than the average Pyro, so you really had to be careful about beating her. She had projectiles, she had all these sorts of things. But canonically speaking, she was the first female Pyro to ever really exist. The second female Pyro to come into effect was actually created by that furry cuck. What's his name? What's his name? Jason Effects. That's it. And he was the one. Yeah, so he was the one who created the character model. And essentially, the idea behind it was that, it was basically the same thing. But he made it as like, I'm trying to remember it exactly. It was because at the time, I think it was either the original creator of the model passed away or didn't want the model to be used, so a new version had to be made. And I think they held a contest to see who could make an improved version, and then this is where JSON Effects came in and created this an animation which was called like Vampiro Says Hello, and it was just the model walking around saying, dancing to that Katy Perry song Hello, and that was it. And I think that was so good that people instantly fell in love with it, and since then he's been like the unofficial father of the character, I guess you could call it. But that's about it. Like, I don't think a lot of people like that fact, and it's like a dark thing we have to accept that Vampiro was made by a fucking furry.
Yeah. Just like how... Oh, never mind. That's not the right comparison.
No, go on. I'm curious.
Incredible Gassy was popularized by a pedophile, and was
yeah,
and I don't know.
Yeah, I get what you mean, and that's kind of the point. It's that we like a lot of people have to kind of like put up with that fact that fucking Furry made it, and it makes it worse that like a degenerate loser as well. So it's like that's doubly so. And it's like fuck, kill me. Other than that, oh, you good?
Yeah, I am. Just a
Is something full?
dumbass. Well, no, a host. Someone got hosting powers and they ruined the whole game. They kicked everyone, and I told them to kill themselves because that was literally the only desert bus where you didn't have bullshit happening and power weapon spam. So I'm a little mad.
I see. Little smitten right now.
Yeah.
I getcha.
So now I'm just gonna kill people in a social game that's supposed to be for role playing because I'm angry. Oh great.
Alright.
I'm recognizing familiar names here.
Oh boy, here we go. Oh god. You know what that reminded me of just now? What happened?
What?
It was, what is it? A little while ago, so you know how TF2 has that whole like MVM matchmaking thing?
Yeah, man versus machine?
Yeah. So not too long ago, I was kind of surfing or looking at videos about MVM and seeing like, have people modded this as well with like other bots and things like that? And I find out, or I see a video where it's like someone says, so-and-so username, the biggest cuck on TF2. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? I click on it, and I watch this video of, basically it's a group of guys trying to do a tour.
Oh, it's, is it a video from Big B the Fluffy Redneck?
Maybe.
Oh, cause I watch his stuff. He's kind of based. Cause he,
Maybe, I'm not sure. I'll just keep going, you let me know if it's familiar.
Okay.
So it's about like a couple of people trying to do an MVM tour because these they want to farm parts and things like that and actually like have fun and kill bots, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they get ready, or they're trying to get ready, but there's this one kid on their team who's angry because allegedly one of the members of the group was being like mean and inconsiderate, like something like that, and he's demanding from the group an apology because his feelings are hurt, or like he's trying to be courteous, like like 100 different like explanations or blah 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 blah, right? And they don't want to because they're kind of like, listen, we just want to like have fun, we want to do the tour of duty, we want to like have an enjoyable time. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? And he goes from like trying to be understanding or like trying to listen. The heck was that?
Oh, I was just saying mine because this is mine now.
Oh, okay. He goes from like, oh, I feel like you've been, the typical like Redditor kind of speech or like neckbeard kind of speech, and it goes from like, oh, you guys were unfair, uncouth, like you were swearing at me, blah blah blah, like trying to paint a narrative, and everyone on the server is not having fun with it, and they're like, whatever, man, look, let's just play the fucking game. And he doesn't want to. He wants an apology from them, or he wants them to like acknowledge some wrongdoing, like again, like 100 different fucking virgin things to do, right? And these guys are like, no, we're not going to do that. We're just going to play the game. And he's like, no, you're not, because I'm. And then he starts like throwing his quote unquote mod powers around, right? So he starts saying like how this server is like he's co-moderator or like some like bullshit like that, right? And so he gets angry. It's like, you assholes need to get the fuck out of it. Like just kind of losing his temperament, yada yada yada. And everyone's like, okay, whatever, we're not going to do this. And it's like, go ahead, go on, fucking kick me. And they kick him, right? Kicking in TF2, you kind of need, it's all vote-based. You need like a unanimous agreement of, let's kick someone. It isn't just like, you report it to someone and that's the end of it.
Yeah, that's how it is in Valve games.
Yeah, but this is more so like, anyone can initiate a kick vote. That's the problem. So this also includes bots. So it's not like someone, like there's no thing you need to submit or anything like that. It's just if you suspect something, you go through with it basically. So everyone's voting to kick him off. Maybe like one or two people don't. It's one of those like majority rule, blah 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 blah, right? And so he gets kicked off the server. And then they're getting ready to like play and get ready to like do all the stuff. They're like, oh, finally we can get started, because he's holding up the lobby because you can't play MVM unless everyone's ready. And he comes back and then starts berating everyone and flat out says like, I'm not gonna let you guys play. You know, you can either fucking leave or I'll, you know, you're not gonna play this game. I can be here all night long if I have to. And it just kind of keeps going and keeps going and keeps going until finally either they get rid of him permanently. I think they managed to like permaban him, or they managed to like start the game when he's like out of the lobby for like a few seconds, and they're able to like, you know, give him the finger about it. But he's been like, what makes the video worse is that people, like the people recording the screens, were able to like, you know, record his name and everything like that, and so he's been allegedly, from what I understand, he's been bullied off of like major servers because he's an asshat, and I think he released like some statement saying he was like being harassed or something.
Yeah.
Which is typical of these fucking like losers. They're always like they're the first to throw out insults, but the last to admit wrongdoing.
Yeah.
It's like that. It's that one bit from South Park. That whole, you know, we must stop pointing fingers. Finger pointing get us nowhere. Steve. So whatever you say, Randy. I'm also just pleased by the fact that just South Park's been able to continue on. Just fuck all this shit. Actually, hold on, where is it? I'm gonna be trying something. I've tested out the new Teleporter Twins models off, so I'm not gonna be using those, which fucking sucks. It's like, how hard is it to make a decent fucking model, really?
I don't know. I
No?
don't know. I do my own stuff, but like.
Well, true, but it's also like you have the liberty of like understanding basic code, and you know, you're not making this for like other people. You know, you're just doing this for your own enjoyment / gratification. It's like when people put like shit out on like the workshop and shit like that. You know, some standard of quality is expected. You know.
Yeah.
Okay. I say that, but then there's gonna be people like, "Oh, you're so ungrateful." It's like, okay, my standards are ungrateful. Actually, funnily enough, I had a conversation not too long ago with my mother's husband, and we were having this conversation about Ahsoka. Like, he's a big Star Wars fan, but he's a fan of a lot of the new stuff. And he starts going on about like, oh, I mentioned how like shit's getting awful with Star Wars because they're just appealing to like very terrible things. I don't mention children or anything like. And then he starts saying it's like, you know, Star Wars was meant for children. It grew up and it didn't. You know, you grew up and I'm like, no, it didn't. Like, yeah, like it was always. Yeah.
I hate it when people say, "Oh, you just grew up." It's like, first of all, most of the people who say that are frickin' Zoomers who never even... They were fetuses when the golden age of media was a thing. Second off, it's like, it's such a gaslight. They're pretty much saying all your criticisms are invalid, and it's just, oh, it's always been shit. It's always been like this.
Yeah, it's like, okay, thanks for basically saying that my experiences in life are non-existent. Great, thanks. So I kind of like I said, we get in. That's like part of the reason why I wasn't here much last night. We get into this back like an entire like 3-hour debate / argument / whatever you want to call it, going back and forth about it, and I'm like, I'm trying to point out like legitimate problems, and his counters are always he would like appeal to like emotion or try to appeal to something else. I'm like, what does appealing to emotion have anything to do with like legitimate problems? I tell him it's like, the plot is making like this plot is predilated on leaps in logic, and he's like, what kind of leaps in logic are you talking about? And when I start bringing up like, for example, Hera brings her fucking kid into an unknown like battlefield, and she has no idea what's going to happen, yada yada yada. Like, that's incredibly negligent. And then he's like, well, you're not a parent, so you don't understand like their mentality. I'm like, why? Again, it's like it's appealing to, or it's like using or trying to like discredit what's it called, discredit everything I'm trying to say by like just making some fallacious argument. I'm like, okay, so, and I even point out, so it's like, okay, so you're arguing for bad parenting then, because like no parent, like I get like the whole, oh, this kid is safer with me because I'm the parent, I feel like that's the case, but at the same time you're saying, again, like logically speaking, you're saying to me with like a straight face, the kid is safer going with me to an unknown location, to an unknown conflict with people who legitimately want to kill us. We have no idea what's happening, but he'll be fine because he'll be next to me and he'll be fine. And I keep pointing out, it's like, that makes no sense. It's like, well, when you're a parent, it's like, again, you're arguing for bad parenting. You're actively putting a child in danger. It's like, if you don't trust the New Republic, right, and you think they don't have your like best interest at heart, or your own parent, like other people's interest at heart, then you leave them with someone you can trust and tell them, please watch over my kid until I come back because something major is happening. That's what you fucking do as like a parent. Like, your priority should be the safety and well-being of your kid, and it shouldn't be, I'm going to take them here into a hostile situation. I have no idea what's going to happen. Again, like I said, arguing for bad parenting. And it just kind of keeps going back and forth in this. And whenever I try to like point out like problems or criticisms, he'll quickly defend or find like some reason why my argument is invalid, or like why I'm like incorrect, and will like, he defended Ahsoka to the fucking hilt, and I keep telling him, it's like, there's things that don't make sense. So whenever I try to explain like, yeah, this doesn't make any fucking sense because X, Y, and Z, he would just kind of retort and say, well, we don't see that, or we don't, like, he would use every kind of like tactic that people who don't have like legitimate taste will always do, like the whole appeal to emotion, appeal to.
They cop out because they know they can't defend shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it's just, I think it's the honeymoon phase of these Star Wars fans. Eventually they're gonna look back at it and realize it's shit, because, it's eventually gonna happen, because they're praising it now because they're nostalgia blind. Ironically, and they'll say we're nostalgia blind for, shitting on this, But,
yeah, and it's like, again, I tell them, it's like, if you enjoy this, that's, great on you. But don't sit there and tell me this is the greatest thing ever, and then expect me to be like, oh yeah, you're completely right, because it's not.
Yeah, it's like, the only purpose of these characters is for porn, and yeah, that's the only thing I care about.
No, you know what's absolutely hilarious about this whole thing, too?
What?
The fact that during the conversation, I mentioned how, like, again, the story is built on plot contrivances. A lot of it is basically just, we're here because the story said so, like, not even good kind of, like, story explanations or whatever, right? And then his excuse is, in real life, coincidences happen. I'm like, okay, that's great for real life. In a story, you can't just have things happen because, oh, it's fiction. And it's like, I keep trying to hammer this point home that a good story needs to have structure and logic, and then he keeps going, it's like, but it's fantasy, it's this, and this, and this, and this. It doesn't need logic. I'm like, okay, then your argument is turn off your brain and watch the pretty lights. That's not a good argument. That's not a justification of why something's good. If you want to say you enjoyed the show, great, awesome, all power to you. I'm not going to rob that from you. But you can't, like, I'm not saying you can't like it, but I'm saying that you can't look me in the eye and say this is a good show, because it fundamentally isn't. Like, I even point out the whole, like, droids, the assassin droids, and their whole, like, you know, the fact that they're built with self-destructs, right? His argument, like, I mentioned how there's this one moment in the show where one droid hides in the rafters, doesn't do anything, it just hides up there, and as soon as Ahsoka finds it, its immediate instinct is to drop down and try to kill her, right? That's the goal. And I point out the following. I say, it's like, okay, so this droid waits here for the entire night for whatever fucking reason. It just stays there. And then when Ahsoka arrives, it suddenly decides to jump down from the rafters and tries to, like, attack her, even though this droid's priorities are likely to stay out of sight, stay preserved, and then make an escape, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, he's like, well, you know, he starts trying to say something, and I tell him, it's like, also keep in mind that we know that these droids have self-destructs built into them. Then if something happens, they can just turn those on and pop, there it goes, right? And then he tries to say to me, well, we don't know that that's, you know, their function. It could be completely different. And I point out, it's like, we have seen 2 models of these droids, and these models are used repeatedly throughout the show. There is no visual distinction. There is no internal distinction. There is no obvious implication that says they're different. We must assume by the logic that the show presents to us that these droids are the same, they operate in the same way, and they have the same functions. Again, he continued to make that argument, and then I tell him, it's like, you know, if they show us a scene or something that says, hey, these droids don't have this, blah, 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 you know, this, and this, it would make it a lot better. And he's like, well, you see, that's your thing. You want to see every little thing, and that would drive the show down. I'm like, no, that's not what I want. We can infer information all we would like. That's fine. It's completely normal to infer information, especially with movies and everything else like that. But the problem is that if you're cherry picking what can be inferred and what can't be inferred, again, you're making excuses for a poorly told story. And again, he'll keep going on like, oh, you know, this, or like every single time I try to counter it, he'll try to find some defense for it as to, like, minimize whatever I'm trying to say or whatever I'm trying to argue. And then he'll, like I said, he'll appeal to, like, all these other, like, things to this. And what are you typing?
I'm asking why they're killing me. I tried to be friendly for once. I'm not trying to screw around for once. Oh, they're getting booted. Okay.
Alright. But yeah, so like I said, I keep asking, or, like, trying to get, like, information, or trying to, like, have a conversation, but every time I try to, like, bring up anything, it just keeps going south, or he just keeps finding some reason or some excuse, or, like, any defense to explain the show. Even when we get into this whole conversation of, with, like, Ahsoka's visions and everything like that, I tell him, it's like, okay, some of this is not bad, the visuals are great and everything, but again, they show us things that are contradictory with whatever emotion you're trying to gather from this. He assumes the following, that Ahsoka, the visions and the lessons Anakin's trying to teach her is that she needs to let go of the guilt of letting him become Vader. And I'm sitting there like, what does that even mean? That's not even what was shown on screen. What was shown on screen were conflicts and the fact that soldiers die. The message was clearly, war is hell, people die, you need to accept that. And then, you know, I keep going on and I say, look, if they wanted to show us, like, these things about Ahsoka, or, like, you know, the fact that she failed Anakin and everything like that, then show us actual situations where she failed and feels like she pushed Anakin to the dark side, or wasn't there to stop him from turning to the dark side. Show us, like, visions
What?
and, like,
Why is he saying that it's Ahsoka's fault? Why is it her fault? She was just a kid.
because everyone is interpreting that because, oh, it's one of the reasons why Anakin fell to the dark side. It's like, no, it's fucking not. Again, this is what I keep saying.
She's just a damn kid in that, like, season. She has no impact on Anakin's life. She's, like, she looks like...
But that's what I tried to explain. It's like, okay, if the idea is to, like, show that she feels guilty for Anakin's, like, death or, like, fall to the dark side, then show us scenes of that. Show us moments of her life that show that she failed. or that she feels responsible. Show us that. That can work. Then, he'll be like, well, we don't need to see that again, inferring, and it's like, no, no, no. And I tell him, it's like, no, that's not it. You can't use that excuse just because it's like going against you. You need to like justify this. And then I kind of point out, it's like, if they wanted us to see something, and I even point out, it's like the scene itself doesn't even work for what they try to like make or try to say is Ahsoka's situation. They just say, oh, the war is hell thing, and I point out, it's like, there are instances where Ahsoka got people killed because of her like action or inaction, and it would have been far better to like show that, like, for example, the mission where she got those clones killed during her first space battle, like, or her first space command. You should show that and show like how that impacted her and how she felt helpless, or even at the Siege of Mandalore, which they show. So, because there is a scene where Ahsoka rushes to like her second in command who's dying, grabs his hand, and even says like, "I'm sorry, Commander." Like, there's this like, this is what I mean. Like, I point out these things. Like, these are probably the best ways to like portray the idea that you're trying to have told about Ahsoka. And then he tells me, it's like, well, this is all great, but we're not the directors. I was like, okay, no. If you're gonna do that, then I'm not going. Like, he's trying to say like, oh, but that's what the directors choose and everything like that. It's like, yes, that's what they chose to do, and they did a poor job of doing what they had to. And then it goes into the argument of quality, which, again, his argument is basically accept the bare minimum or accept what they made, and don't think about anything better. I'm like, no, that's not gonna work. That doesn't fly with me. And I tell him, it's like, all I want is a good story. I don't want, you can tell something with like the most minimalistic effort, and I'll accept it. If it's a good story, I'm for it. I enjoy, like I said, I like the indie scene. I like, silly, over the top kind of like tales. Like, I'm not someone who's unpleasable. The problem is like, I tell him, it's like, you need to have a good story. Ideas or what ifs or hey, this was fun or blah 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 blahs are not going to cut it. You can have all the like intent in the world that you want, but if you fail to actually make it work, you're not going to get anywhere in life. And he's like, well, this like I said, his entire argument was just accept the bare minimum, don't think about anything that could have been better, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, no.
It's just a typical shill excuse. It's just they could demand better, but they never want any better.
Because again, it's like they've been basically conditioned to believe that being like this is going to make you feel more miserable because you're not going to you're always going to be sad about the what ifs and blah 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 when you should be just happy for what you got. It's like, okay, that's fine for like something that for a fact they couldn't do, and we can like accept and say like, oh yeah, they did the best that they could, so we can accept that. But if it's a company or a group or anything like that that for a fact can do better and have the resources to do better, flat out, and we're talking about like things like
they're a multi-million-dollar company. They should have the budget to do things. They shouldn't be saying, "Oh, it's so hard."
Yes, and that's exactly what I point out. It's like, I tell him this. It's like, you can't tell a Lord of the Rings style story with finger puppets. And he misattributes that to, but they have a source material for that, and Star Wars didn't have that when it came out. It's like, no, you're missing the point. I'm saying you can't tell a Lord of the Rings style story with just finger puppets. The visual will always fail you every single time. You can have the most fantastical, crazy, like fantasy story concept you could possibly want, but if your medium is ill-suited to tell that story, it's not going to succeed, no matter how much passion you put into it. The best you can hope for is a success, is something that people will enjoy, and that's it. At worst, you'll get raked over the coals. At best, you'll have people who will enjoy it. And that's, again, like I said, that's something I was trying to like get across with him. It's just this constant like back and forth of just like either purposely misinterpreting what I'm saying or running with it in a different direction, and just like this
It's
like
how
constant
a
back
Zoomer
and forth.
argues, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
If that's what I notice my generation does, and I just wish there was a better way, like slur or way to describe it. Just so we could. It's just like, I don't know. I just hate the way they talk. I hate the way they frickin' argue things, and I'm sick and tired of people like arguing like that. I'm so sick of this shill epidemic because, you know, publishers paid YouTubers to shill for them, and they know people listen to YouTubers.
Yes, and of course that's kind of what I mean. It's like I'll try to point out, like, you know, there's things that I enjoy that aren't great, but, you know, I don't let what the majority say affect my enjoyment. Just like how I'm not saying my disenjoyment of Ahsoka should affect in any way, shape, or form your enjoyment of the thing, but at the same time, don't try to, like, pressure me into believing that it's better than it is, because it absolutely is not. And I'll continue to point out, like, you know, he says, like, if you look for flaws and everything, you're always going to find flaws. It's like, if the people behind it actually gave a shit and did something that's quality, then there wouldn't be that many flaws to look for. That's where, you know, that's where a nitpick comes in. My issues with the show are not fucking nitpicks. My issue with the show are major fucking problems that, again, even the slightest tweaks could either improve or destroy. And I tell them, it's like, the story is a very simple A to B to Z to whatever story. But instead of taking the direct path of A to B to Z and blah 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 blah, they instead decide, we're going to take the most convoluted and overly, like, not even well thought out plan to get to B, and then the same and same. Like, again, the whole thing of, like, Hera bringing her kid into this whole thing, the only reason why she does that is because he can sense where Ahsoka is, and that's how they're able to save her after she gets over her Force vision from the world between worlds. That's it. That's the only reason he's included in this. Again, keep in mind that before all this, Hera doesn't take her kid to, like, fucking to the factory where they're trying to track down the droids or anything like that. She only takes him when the plot says, oh, right, I have a kid. Or just, like, everything about it. Like, what's worse about it, this whole thing as well, is that the fact that they give us Sabine the Force. And I think this is, like, the greatest, like, injustice. And the reason why is because this is a fundamental failing of what it is to, like, just even be able to use a lightsaber and everything. There are many people, many instances where people don't have the Force. They're at a disadvantage when it comes to a lightsaber duel against a Force user. Because the Force user, what?
Oh, if you use a hologram on someone, they'll hit the hologram instead of you when you sword fight, so...
Nice.
So it's always fun to pull that off. And also, I've been staying up here, and when people come on the grab lift, I jump down and kill them.
Nice. Where is it? Oh, sorry. It's getting late, so that's why I'm yawning so much. Basically, the other thing I want to mention is that, like I said, when you're fighting someone with the Force, you're always at a distinct disadvantage, and typically that makes it much more interesting because you have to use your brain, essentially, to get around this basic, issue. And there are many instances in, like, extended universe and everything like that where people who don't have the Force will use equipment or gear or anything like that to get to put themselves on par, or at least as close to a Jedi as humanly possible. Like, if you don't have, like, a perfect example is, like, if you lose your lightsaber in a lightsaber duel, the automatic thing to do is to try to use Force to call it back to your hand, right? But if you're, like, say, a Mandalorian or something like that, using a lightsaber that you're not familiar with, you can, like, use your weapon grapple, like the grapple hook you have, and pull it to you in that way. Like, it's more risky, but, you know, you'll still get it. Or if you're, like, fighting someone who has the Force, there are tools to counteract them. That's what makes, like...
Oh, I'm so sorry. And I don't know.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
You know, things like that. Like, they'll have, like, again, you kind of have to take advantage of the tools you have. And that's what makes a lightsaber duel against someone who doesn't have the Force versus someone who does have the Force a lot more interesting, instead of it just being like, okay, why don't they just Force choke each other? Why don't they just throw each other around? You know, it's always that typical, like, why don't they do X versus Y? And I get that that's, like, it's a cop out kind of, or like it's a well-known Star Wars problem, but at the very least, with this, it's a little bit more interesting, you know. And again, the biggest example I want to give is the fact that what's it called? Is the fact that Grievous didn't have the Force at all. He didn't have any sort of midichlorian because he's a fucking droid and a cyborg, and he didn't have the means to like use the Force in any way, shape, or form in like this mechanical form, right? How did he get over this? He was trained. He was taught the basics of the lightsaber combat, and his body was equipped with enough like reflexes and joints and everything like that to make him a lot more capable of matching with the speed of a Jedi and fighting against them. He was an exceptionally skilled Jedi killer because, again, even though he didn't have the Force, he could still kill them by being skilled in their styles. On top of that, you also have to keep in mind that his robotic body gave him serious advantages, like hidden equipment, hidden blasters, hidden means to fall back and utilize his ways of attack to like make the most of a situation. Again, Sabine should have never been given the Force. She should have been basically just a Mandalorian and just be able to use her equipment to make the most of a situation. And we've seen instances and scenes of it where this is it. It would have been far more interesting to see someone with a flaw and try to overcome that fact and, have to overcome her limitation of, again, not being a Force user, but trained in the Jedi fighting styles to actually succeed. And again, they don't do that. They just say, now she has the Force. Because the Force is now some superpower you can just get in like moments of extreme stress.
Flag stolen. Flag captured. Round over.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Exactly. And again, if I bring this up to him, he's just gonna be like, well, the story, blah, blah, like he'll find every excuse as to why, like, it's fine, and then I just have to be like, just let it be. Let it be. That's, again, like I said, that's what legitimately pisses me off, because I feel like, again, any attempt to like bring up proper kind of like criticism or something, or like alternatives or suggestions, are just gonna fall on deaf ears. He's just probably gonna find every like excuse and everything under the sun to just say, "Oh, that's not a legitimate criticism," or this, and it's like, of course. Like, go ahead, delegitimize every like counter that makes you look bad. Please go on. Nice.
Yeah, I made him think that I was the hologram.
That's funny. Maybe that could be the ability I give you. Anyway, but yeah,
Or
there's,
camo.
yeah, something like that. Again, I'm still working on your cartoon counterpart.
I'll be honest, I'm a very shy person in public. I'm not really outgoing, unless I'm with my friends, so I should say keep that in mind.
I get you. I'm just trying to think of how to best utilize that, I suppose. Still, like I said, it's frustrating to have to like argue this with people and then them just kind of like either misattributing every little thing you say or just constantly what's the word? Or just constantly like trying to make excuses for something that legitimately doesn't. You're fine.
Yeah, they're making excuses because they can't defend shit. You know?
Yeah. Because again, it's just one of those problems where it's like when you try to like defend mediocrity, you're not looking, you don't look, what's the word? I'm trying to think of the right word here. It doesn't make you look better, like, you as a contrarian. It's just you're defending something that should not be defended. Because it just doesn't make you look right. Like again, I'm not saying you can't have fun with something or you can't enjoy something. Far from it. I think you can absolutely like enjoy it. But like I said, you have to acknowledge or understand that what you enjoy isn't good. You know, like I enjoy Hardcore Henry. It is a film that is a first person movie and it is cheesy, it is over the top, the plot is ridiculous, it's absurd, blah blah blah, blah, right? And yet I enjoy it. I enjoy it for what it is, I enjoy it for what it produces or what it has to like offer. I'm not going to sit here and defend it as like, oh, this is this, this is that, you know, the typical like chill defense. Is this something I enjoy? I will recommend it to people, and if they like it, that's great too. You know, I don't mind it. But again, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, it's high art. You don't understand what you're saying. Oh, this. It's like I'm not going to make 100 different excuses or quote unquote explanations or reasons as to why it's really something that it's not, because that's not it. I acknowledge the flaws of the film. I know it's not great, but I still enjoy it. And if somebody else wants to enjoy it, then that's their prerogative. I'm not going to sit here and go, oh my god, you need to, like, you know, but you don't understand it because you're uneducated or some stupid shit like that, you know?
Yeah.
And like I said, that's one of the few things that just irritates me to know it. Just people who are like super hyperbolic about like every little thing you try to say or do.
Yeah, for sure. I can understand that.
It's just no thank you. And I'm struggling to think on a thing to do tonight. Let me see. I'll need to keep looking. Anyway, but you know, like I said, neither here nor there. And like I said, I've just kind of come to accept the fact that Star Wars is never going to get better. It's never going to come back like how it was in the past. It's just something that's just going to decay and rot and just continue to rot. And you know, I just kind of have to accept the fact that no matter how much I want to, how much I would like to, or how many opportunities I like give it, it's never going to be what it was at the height of, I guess, what you would call inequity. Now it's just going to be trash, and like I said, I can just say, fuck.
It's sadly a situation with a lot of modern franchises.
Yeah, because all it is just constant, it's just the same, you know, garbage. Like, people and groups and companies are just making low tier, low effort stuff because it's easier than making, like, legitimately putting in the effort, legitimately putting in the work to make something that could or could not succeed. And that's the unfortunate truth. They don't want to put in the effort, they don't want to put in the work. All they want to do is reap the rewards of something that come before.
Yeah.
And then make a claim that's like, look how grandiose and great I am, and then you just sit there like, no, sorry, this isn't anything.
Yeah, it's... I just hate people that defend this garbage and think that the past is over-delivering and it's over and it can't come back.
It isn't just that, like, the past is like gone and shouldn't come back. It's like it's a refusal to acknowledge
the past,
the good of what happened.
Yeah.
No, a refusal to acknowledge what was good about the past and accepting the new as the standard, and then being content with just basically being fed slop after slop after slop.
Yeah.
Endlessly. Again, if people didn't criticize or want things to get better, we would never get anything legitimately new or good at all. We would just get the same tired, recycled, overdone stuff we've always got. You know, it's like if we like didn't improve stuff, or if we didn't try to like say this could be better, I'm gonna try and make something like it better, we wouldn't get the really good things in life to begin with. You know, we wouldn't get the entertainment we have, the comics we have, like anything like that. And again, they just won't. And I'm just talking about like the shows in general. They just don't want you to remember that because, like, oh, it goes against their fucking narrative every single time.
Yeah. I just want it to stop. I missed old days when these people didn't exist. Well,
No, they existed. They were just like easier to control.
well, that's what I mean. Just, you know.
They could be dealt with. They could be put in a corner, and then they could be told, "Shut the fuck up."
Well, they don't do that nowadays because they made it frickin' hate speech to make fun of these people.
Yeah. And again, when shit hits the fan, when they're like, "Oh no, things are bad," like, why aren't we getting support or anything? It's like, again, you told people to fuck off. You told people to jump off a cliff and die, and then that was it. Nobody, you know, nobody got to do anything. Nobody got to do, like, what was it? Anything of note or substance. You know, it was just, yeah, go fuck yourself. You know, and by the time that they needed help or any way, shape, or form, again, those people who would have probably been there to help you, again, you told them to fuck off. And that's really where it just kind of boils down to at that point, you know? Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, no, there's something new recently that I want to point out as like a perfect example of this. Have you heard of something called Trepang?
No.
Do you know the game Fear?
Yes, I think. I don't know what it's
Okay.
about.
Fear was that like psychological horror game that, you know, you could control. You could do slow-mo time.
I never played the game. I've heard of its name, but you know.
Well, Fear, the thing, like I said, Fear is the game creators admitted that they took influence from John Woo films, which are fucking amazing. I should mention, because oh shit, my phone's dying. Specifically because the man is a master of like executing amazing action over the top scenes, especially like with slow motion, things like that. Like he will, how do I put it? He will do like I think some of his most like famous work would have to be from the I want to say actually I forget the name of the scenes, or sorry, it was like the name of the film series. Let me just sit down and watch it again. But essentially, they were what makes these like scenes. Yeah, I think it was like Hard Boiled. That's it. Sorry, Hard Boiled. What he would do is he would set up these scenes in like open kind of like locations, and what would happen is that he would have the action scene be in like an open location, like a tea house or something like that, like place with like a lot of stuff, and then use slow-mo and use the characters moving and like, you know, getting from cover to cover as a way to like just create amazing fucking scenes where basically you would just see the destruction all unfold in real time, just bullets destroying objects, things flying in all directions, characters leaping around trying to avoid getting hit or going into cover, or like if they got hit, that you could see the blood fly out in like just these really fucking impressive ways. And it gave every scene a sense of impact. Like, for example, if a character got shot through with a shotgun, it wouldn't just like hit him and everything would be static. the shot would like go through him. You would see like the things in the back explode at the same time to give the idea that the impact just went through him and destroyed the rest behind him. And what happens? And what makes this, or what the Fear game creators did was they took heavy influence from that and they programmed their game where whenever you do things that are in like slow motion, everything would explode. Like objects would, like mechanical objects would fly off in all directions with sparks and electricity. Concrete would explode out. Debris and dust would kick up everywhere. Paper would just fly in the air, shredded to bits. It was some like. It really made you feel like you were using powerful fucking guns. And if an enemy was in front of you, they would get shredded as well. Like their bodies would go flying, blood would spray. But the one thing that people remember Fear the most for, aside from just what's it called? Just the sheer amount of horror and gore in Fear. The horror of Fear is the Spaz 12 shotgun, and what specifically that is about is, they call it like the VK12. The VK12 shotgun. The VK12 is modeled after the Spaz 12. This is something you'll learn in video games quite easily. Is that a lot of video games can't utilize actual guns; you have to license them out. So that's why a lot of games will like do variations, basically.
Yeah, I remember when COD used to do that, but then they cheaped out.
Yeah, because they could actually afford gun licenses at that point. So the VK12 is a Spaz 12. And if you shot someone with the Spaz 12, like at point blank, they would explode into a mist of red. Like, they would be evaporated. Completely. Gone. Poof. Non-existent. Hole in, like, where they were is now just a mist, basically. And that's what made like the game feel just so visceral, because again the pink mist is a real thing. I should mention it isn't just a what's it called? It isn't just a what's the word? It isn't just an achievement in Halo. It's a real thing. And so as you can imagine, it was a what's the word? That's kind of where I'm kind of getting at here with Trepang. So Trepang, the developers have basically admitted and confirmed that they took heavy influence from what's it called? They took heavy influence from the original Fear, and what's the word? They took heavy influence from the original Fear, and what wound up happening is that they took that inspiration, and they also took inspiration from from John Wick and John Woo films, and they just put it together. The end result is a amazing fucking game series how do I put it? Like, it's difficult to put into words, and I'm trying. Trust me, I'm trying to put it into words here. So it's like this. You are able to slow down time, kick enemies, throw grenades, and shoot them at like vital points, and they will react realistically. So if you kick one, they'll go into the air, you can slow down time, riddle them with bullets, then focus on the next guy. And it is like art in motion. Now that sounds cringy, but it's true. Hold on, let me see here. Yeah, art in motion, just like fucking, how do I put it? Like all the scene, like, you get equipped with like a lot of, what's the word? A lot of weapons too, I should mention. So, Trepang it's set in the quote-unquote, not so distant, well, in the distant future, but the weapons are based on a lot of the things we use. So, these weapons include the 8 MK23 pistol, the 7 DMR, the Tris Vector SMG, a grenade launcher, a custom bolt gun, the VHS-2D assault rifle, and a minigun, and the Spaz 12 shotgun. That's an impressive arsenal to begin with, I should say. And all of these guns they give the feeling exactly like the real world counterparts do. And that's not being hyperbolic, I'm being completely serious. Especially the Spaz 12.
Yeah.
You also get Dragon Breath rounds too for that fucking thing.
Really?
Yep. It's so the game also has weapon customization. So if you play the levels and explore, you can actually find custom pieces and gear for your guns, right? So it encourages you to explore, but it also encourages you to like fight well and take out enemies and basically be as aggressive as humanly possible, right? What you can find while playing the game is your like I said, you can find weapon components and parts. These include extra grip for like some of your rifles, reactive sights, laser sights, all this kind of stuff, right? Even some like suppressors, not to silence the weapon, to decrease muzzle fall. The Spaz 12, on the other hand, you get a compensator for it, and you get a incendiary barrel to the front. So every enemy you shoot with it, they'll immediately be ignited by flame. Just full-on barbecue mode. Now, you ready for the more insane thing about this game?
What?
You can dual wield every single gun. Yes, you can dual wield miniguns, grenade launchers, and the Spaz 12s. Something that not even Halo lets you do anymore.
Yeah, because the retards at Bungie were like, oh, we don't like dual wielding, it's not practical. But
Trepang says, fuck that shit, you want to fire 2 shotguns at once? Here you go, have fun. Or, do you want to fire 2 miniguns from the hip? Yes, go nuts. Have fun. Murder everyone.
You do that.
You also get a... you can also grab enemies and use them as shields, and you have a cloak, too.
Really?
Yeah, so you can... If you want to take a more tactical approach, you can, like, cloak before a fight happens, rush in, grab a guy, and start using him as a shield, or you can actually grab one of their grenades, set it off on their belt, and kick them towards your enemies, too. So you can actually, like, if you know that there's a group of enemies that are, like, being protected by, like, a big bastard or something like that, you can just say, I don't want to risk it, let me do this instead. You know, grab the guy, kick him, activate the what's it called? Kick him, you know, do throw the, what's it called? The, oh Christ. The grenade, and then just, you know, let them die. You know, and that's one way you can, like, take on the missions and things like that. Like I said, the game is a cheeseball of just fucking fun and just dumb shit. Your character is not even a character. Well, I should rephrase that. Your character is a character, but he's not important, per se. You know how, like, the original idea for Halo was you can go into the suit and basically Master Chief is kind of like your surrogate, per se? Same thing with Trepang. Your character is, you just wear him. They never talk, they never do anything, they never say anything. You just kind of interpret subtle actions based on how they act or react and things like that. Your character's name in game is, quote, Subject 106. That's it. That's all you're known by. Yeah. And basically, the character looks like is just a guy in a ski mask and goggles and a black outfit. That's it. Essentially, you are, from what I understand from the game, you are a test subject, a biological like oddity, and you've been given enhanced reflexes by like evil sciences, but you're uncontrollable because you have your free will and you don't like the idea of being just used as a guinea pig. So naturally, they're like, okay, we need to keep you under wraps because God forbid you actually become a threat. But now that you're released on the world and working for a group called the Syndicate, you just say, yeah, I'm just gonna slaughter your entire army single-handedly. Okay, thanks, bye. And you just do that. You just absolutely murder everything in your path. Random grunts, murder. Massive walking brute, murder. That old lady on the sidewalk, you walk past her and then you kill the other guy next to her.
Oh lord.
Yeah. It's a fun game and like one of those like if you just want to blow off steam and just say fuck it, put on like the John Wick soundtrack and then just go in at it, you absolutely can. Like I think this is the closest we're gonna get to the John Wick video game, basically. Oof, which is sad because I feel like a John Wick video game would actually be rather fun if you ask me.
God damn it.
Flag reset.
Fucking hell.
Flag reset.
Oof.
Teammate gained. Flag stolen. Flag dropped.
I can see why you've been just like jumping off things and just letting them assume that that's you. Because now they're a little bit wise on your tricks now, aren't they?
Well, yeah. I mean, if I'm not jumping down at the exact moment, they I don't know, they wisen up after a while, so then you have to change up strategy. So once they start knowing you're a hologrammer, you have to trick them that you are the hologram. You know, once they don't trust the hologram, then you have to go back to what you were doing before. Now, I want to get on top of the base, and then just put down a hologram, and they'll come and hit it, and then I'll drop down and kill them. Like that or something.
Yeah. No, I get you. It's just, it's one of those situations where it's like, once they become too wise about your situation, then it becomes so much harder to actually, like, pull off the cool shit you want to do, or get the quote-unquote easy kill.
Yeah.
Of course, then you get people angry. It's like, oh my god, he's fucking spamming, fucking loser. It's like, oh, for fuck's sakes.
No one has complained yet, surprisingly.
Oh.
What?
I get you. No, just, I thought I heard from him.
Okay, so hopefully I can get... I don't have sprint, so I'm at a disadvantage.
Okay, I see.
I'm just
Explain to
trying
you.
to get on top of the base. I hope this leads to where I think it does. Okay, it didn't go where I needed it to go. Well, he's dealt with. I guess I'll try it up here, because I don't want to risk finding the actual teleport.
Hold on a second. Okay, actually it's getting late. You mind if I just hop off for the night?
Yeah, it's alright. I'm going to bed anyways after
Alright, cool.
like 1 or something.
Alright. Okay. Sure, no problem. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow then after work. Hopefully it's not gonna be crazy.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, actually, I'm gonna do a little Gary's Mod, just test out some new stuff, and I'm gonna head to bed. Just some more realistic things, taking a little break from the cartoony stuff for a little while. So, I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Flag taken.
That's somewhat
Flag
right.
dropped. Flag taken. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag reset. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag captured. Flag dropped. Flag reset. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag
Damn it.
taken. Flag dropped.
Got him. Got him.
Flag reset. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag stolen.
Got him.
Flag dropped.
Only problem is getting.
Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag captured. Flag reset.
Oh, that's great. I'm going up here.
Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken.
Got him.
Flag dropped.
So we gotta get up here. I think we'll do that.
Flag taken. Flag dropped. 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 Flag taken. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag captured.
Damn it.
Flag reset. Flag stolen. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Revenge. Flag dropped.
Damn it.
Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag reset. Flag taken. Flag captured. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag captured. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag captured. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag reset. Flag stolen. Teammate gained. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag drop. Double kill.
Damn it.
Flag reset. Flag stolen. Flag drop. Flag stolen. Flag drop. Flag stolen. Flag drop. Flag taken. Flag drop. Flag reset. Flag reset. Flag stolen. Flag drop. 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 Teammate gained. Teammate gained. Flag reset. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag reset. Flag reset. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Teammate gained. Flag stolen. Flag reset.
Y'all are freaking blind. Did you not see him on the fucking map?
Teammate gained. Flag
Oh,
dropped. Flag stolen.
Now this guy, another guy, it's like they're
Flag
literally just sneaking
Flag
it on by and
dropped.
waiting to
Flag
grab the flag
dropped.
every time.
Flag stolen. Flag captured. Flag reset.
Hey, can you do the red up by the teleporters?
Flag stolen.
Let me get this.
Flag dropped. Flag reset. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag dropped. Flag reset. Flag reset. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Double kill. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag reset. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag reset. Flag taken. Flag drop. Flag reset. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag reset. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag taken. Flag captured. Round over.
Well, that was a fun night.
Capture the flag.